We good now? Okay, let me do that again. Good morning. Thank God for his mercies, for his grace, for his faithfulness and his goodness. And we thank God that we have the opportunity to see another year in the land of the living. So let me use this opportunity to wish the Honorable House a very happy new year. Before I pray, I will read from Psalm 24. The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas, and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord? Or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Jacob. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord of hosts. He is the King of glory. Bow your heads with me. Almighty God, we come before you today with gratitude for the privilege of serving our community and our nation. We ask for your blessing upon this house, its members, and especially this morning on the governor as he delivers the speech from the throne. Grant the leaders in this honorable house wisdom, knowledge, understanding, humility, courage, and the fear of God as they make decisions for the common good of the Virgin Islands. May justice, peace, and integrity guide every action. We seek your guidance to serve with compassion and fairness, always mindful of the trust placed in us by those we represent. We pray for unity and peace among the leaders and the people of the Virgin Islands, knowing that righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. As we begin 2025, today, we open the gates of the Virgin Islands to you, Almighty God, and we say, King of glory, come in, sit on this nation as your throne, and bless the economic pillars of tourism, financial services, agriculture, real estate, and fishing. Today, as a nation and a people, we declare that we will trust in the Lord God with all of our heart and lean not unto our own understanding, but in all our ways we will acknowledge you, and you will direct our paths. May your glorious light shine upon us as a people. Lead us to a place of hope, prosperity, and a purposeful future. And we thank Jesus Christ, who taught us when to pray, to say, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen and amen.
This House now convenes its sitting. Good morning, everyone. We do apologize for the late start. I call upon the clerk.
Confirmation of minutes. Announcement by Speaker.
Thank you. Good morning again, everyone. I wish everyone a happy new year, and I hope that it's a prosperous and good one for all. I welcome in particular the members and any former members with us. I also welcome the Deputy Governor, Mr. David Archer, and his lovely wife, Dr. Allison Archer, Flex Archer. I also welcome the permanent secretaries, heads of departments, and any other public officers with us. I welcome the governor's team. I believe Mrs. Geraldine Ritter Freeman is here and heading the charge. And again, I welcome those who are listening and who may just be here present with us today. So again, welcome to this new session. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move a motion to reorder the order paper for the present number 4, presentation of papers, to be moved to number 6 on the order paper. And notices of motions given orally will become the new number 4, and public business will become the new number 5. I so move, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Premier, Minister of Finance, to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under presently now items number 5, 1, Roman numeral 1 through Roman numeral 11 on the order of the day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I call upon the clerk.
Public business. Public business, government business.
I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to move the following motion. Be it resolved that this Honorable House invites His Excellency the Governor to appear and make an address.
The second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded that this House do invite His Excellency the Governor to appear and make an address. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I'll now call the House into recess until the Governor's arrival. seated. This House will now resume its sitting. At this time, His Excellency will now give the speech from the throne.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be able to join you all this morning. I should begin by acknowledging the protocol, which I think has been already established by the speaker. Hope this microphone is working satisfactorily. I'll keep going. Hopefully you'll be able to hear me, even without it. So, let me also, nevertheless, acknowledge, Madam Speaker, Honourable Premier, other Ministers of Government and members of this Honourable House, the Deputy Governor, those Justices who are present, senior public officers, former members of the House of Assembly, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you. As Governor of these Virgin Islands, I'm grateful to be here today to carry out my constitutional responsibilities on behalf of His Majesty King Charles III in delivering the speech from the throne. This speech is a tradition in the Commonwealth and overseas territories. It is written by the government and delivered by the head of state or their representative. Speech from the throne signals the opening of a new session of the legislature and previews the legislative agenda and major policies of the elected government, as it seeks to achieve its own objectives and to fulfill its responsibilities to the people during the upcoming session of the House of Assembly. And maybe perhaps before proceeding with the main body of the text, perhaps on a more personal note, I should say that for me it's a genuine privilege to stand before this House today and an honour to deliver this speech for the first time. Similarly, it's been a privilege and an honour for me personally to work in partnership and collaboration with all branches of government in service of the people of the Virgin Islands over the past year since I was sworn in as Governor. And I genuinely look forward to that continuing in the year ahead. Madam Speaker, the first session of this fifth House of Assembly was a long and remarkably busy period, spanning part of 2023 and all of 2024. This Honourable House held 21 sittings in the first session, with most sittings extending into several days and at times weeks. The House considered and approved 41 pieces of legislation, along with various other business, reflecting the considerable amount of work done by the legislature in fulfilling its mandate. Madam Speaker, 15 of the enacted laws were necessitated by the reform agenda developed from the recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry, the COI, and 10 were necessitated by the Financial Action Task Force, the FATF, Mutual Evaluation Report. That dealt with the Virgin Islands' compliance with measures to combat money laundering and the financing of terrorism and proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Passage of these 25 pieces of legislation further demonstrates this legislature's resolve in addressing critical governance and reform imperatives. Just a sample of this legislation in relation to these two significant initiatives includes the Parliamentary Commission for Standards Act 2024, the Proliferation Financing Prohibition Amendment Bill 2024, the Financial Services Commission Amendment Bill, the Financial Investigation Agency Amendment Bill, the Counter-Terrorism Amendment No. 2 Bill, the BVI Health Services Authority Amendment Bill, the Limited Partnership Amendment Bill, the National Parks Trust Amendment Act, the Tourist Board Amendment Bill, the H. Laverty Stout Community College Amendment Bill, and the British Virgin Islands Ports Authority Amendment Bill. Those are just some examples. This robust legislative agenda reflects the House's unwavering dedication to its constitutional responsibilities and to advancing the development and governance priorities of this territory. Madam Speaker, as we look to the second session of this fifth House of Assembly, which now opens, the theme, Legislative Blocks of Success, Building a Sustainable Nation, signifies the government's commitment to the National Sustainable Development Plan, the NSDP, as the development, fiscal, and legislative blueprint for our strategy of building a sustainable nation. It aligns with the theme of the 2025 budget address, laying the blocks of success, building a sustainable nation, which was delivered by the Honourable Premier on the 11th of November 2024. The structure of the NSDP focuses on 6 national goals, and this speech will follow that structure in presenting the highlights of the bills and amendments to existing legislation that the government will invite the House of Assembly to consider in the upcoming session, and that along with other priorities. So to start then, NSDP Goal 1, which is the environment. Madam Speaker, effective and responsible management of the natural environment, lands and marine resources of these Virgin Islands is extremely critical to the sustainable development of the territory. Several items of legislation are proposed that will balance the need to protect and preserve our natural resources, whilst also using them for economic development. The Crown Land Management Act 2024 will introduce a transformative framework for administering and managing the territory's Crown lands, emphasising transparency, efficiency, and accountability. It aims to promote sustainable development across residential, commercial, and agricultural sectors while balancing economic growth, environmental protection, and social stability. Key provisions include a land bank for strategic land resource management, ad hoc advisory panels for expert guidance, measures to address issues like derelict vehicles and climate change challenges, equitable access to land, localized decision-making, and the responsible management of public infrastructure to meet the needs of a growing population. The proposed Environment, Marine Estate and Coastal Zone Management Bill aims to address the Virgin Islands' pressing environmental challenges while fostering sustainable development by balancing environmental protection with economic growth, ensuring the preservation of the territory's natural resources for current and future generations. The bill will establish a robust legal and institutional framework to tackle key environmental concerns, including climate change, adaptation and mitigation, pollution control, waste management, hazardous substance regulation, and biodiversity conservation. It mandates environmental impact assessments and certificates of environmental clearance for projects that may affect the environment, ensuring development aligns with ecological sustainability and minimizes harm to natural habitats. The bill aligns with international and regional agreements such as the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Convention on Biological Diversity, reinforcing the Virgin Islands' commitment to addressing global environmental challenges. The Economic Exclusive Zone Bill represents a significant step in asserting and safeguarding the sovereign rights and authority of the Virgin Islands over its territorial sea, continental shelf, and exclusive economic zone. The bill will provide a robust legal framework to regulate, manage, and protect these vital maritime areas in a manner that aligns with the principles of international maritime law, including the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The bill will ensure that economic opportunities from fisheries, energy exploration, marine scientific research, and other activities are balanced with the need to protect the marine environment. It prohibits unauthorized activities within these zones, establishes clear requirements for persons engaging in marine-related operations, proposes risk mitigation measures, and establishes a comprehensive enforcement framework, granting authorized officers the powers needed to prevent and address violations effectively. The bill also establishes penalties for offences, mechanisms for detaining and forfeiting vessels or equipment used in contravention of the law, and legal recourse to ensure justice is served among other features. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change is collaborating with the Land and Survey Department to establish a Land Review Committee that will revise and modernise the Territory's entire suite of land-related legislation. Technological advancements, economic shifts and environmental factors reshape global and local landscapes, and hence the legal framework governing one of our most vital resources, land, must remain relevant, adaptable and forward-looking. This revision aims to close gaps, eliminate inefficiencies, and align the laws with modern domestic and international standards in a rapidly changing world. This comprehensive review of land legislation is not merely a regulatory update, but an investment in the Territory's future, ensuring a robust land management system that serves generations to come. The government will seek to bring forward a modernised non-belonger landholding licence policy that integrates inclusivity, environmental stewardship, and social responsibility to attract and regulate investments aligned with the Territory's vision for a prosperous, resilient, and sustainable future. The policy will emphasise a transparent, stable, predictable, and investor-friendly regulatory environment that will attract investments in real estate and other innovative sectors to broaden the Territory's economic base. Economic development will be balanced with preserving the BVI's natural and cultural assets and ensuring that development and investment actively contribute to the local economy, support social initiatives, and create opportunities that uplift residents. Madam Speaker, over the years, breaches of the Fiscal Planning Act 2004 have occurred in construction projects across the Territory. Violations often arise from non-compliance with planning approvals, unauthorised alterations, or deviations from established guidelines. The Town and Country Planning Department has determined that the current legislative framework lacks the authority needed to take swift and decisive action against violators. To resolve these challenges, the Department has prioritised strengthening its legislative powers to enforce stricter compliance with construction and development standards. The proposed amendments to the Fiscal Planning Act 2004 will introduce a system of civil penalties, fines, and other enforcement mechanisms to address breaches promptly and effectively. The updated legislation will ensure that projects adhere to approved standards, creating a more orderly and well-regulated development landscape in the Territory, while promoting sustainable development practices. That brings me to NSDP Goal 2, the economy. Madam Speaker, financial services is one of the Virgin Islands' main economic engines and requires ongoing and diligent legislative action to maintain compliance and competitiveness given the requirements of that industry. The Virgin Islands boasts one of the most robust legislative and regulatory frameworks in the global financial services industry, and in 2025, the government will continue to strengthen its financial services legislative framework. For efficiency, provisions contained in the Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Amendment Bill 2024 were incorporated into the Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2024. Appropriate legislation will be brought in 2025 to repeal those provisions that are now subsumed in the Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2024. The Wills Bill 2025 will modernise the existing Wills Act to reflect international law advancements, recognition of civil partnerships, and the complex needs of global asset management. It will provide much-needed clarity in areas previously marked by uncertainty by establishing clear provisions, particularly those related to formal validity and rectification of wills. It also supports modern approaches to succession and estate planning, while streamlining administrative processes, thereby enhancing the Virgin Islands' continued appeal as a preferred jurisdiction for company incorporations. The BVI Business Companies and Limited Partnerships Beneficial Ownership Amendment Regulations 2025 will introduce rights of access to beneficial ownership information by eligible categories that meet the legitimate interest test. The regulations will be designed to balance transparency with the protection of individuals' human and data rights, thereby allowing specific stakeholders with a demonstrable legitimate interest to access beneficial ownership information under defined circumstances, while ensuring that the Virgin Islands complies with international standards and best practices. The Anti-Money Laundering Amendment number 2 Regulations 2024 will be amended to introduce application and approval fees concerning the appointment by persons under the Financial Services Commission or Financial Investigation Agency's supervisory remit of a money laundering reporting officer. The regulations will give full effect to the new obligation for licensees to apply for the approval of the appointment of a money laundering reporting officer, introduced by the Anti-Money Laundering Amendment Regulations 2024. This will also ensure that financial services revenue is generated from the introduction of this requirement. The Financial Services Fees Amendment Regulations 2024 will be amended to introduce application and approval fees concerning the appointment of a money laundering reporting officer by a licensee, specifically for the Financial Services Commission, aligning with the proposed amendment contained in the Anti-Money Laundering Amendment number 2 Regulations 2024. It will also introduce increased application and approval fees related to the appointment of a director or senior officer by licensees under the Banks and Trust Companies Act, revised edition. The regulations will give full effect to the new obligation for licensees to apply for the approval of the appointment of a money laundering reporting officer, introduced by the Anti-Money Laundering Amendment Regulations 2024. This will also ensure that financial services revenue is generated from the introduction of this requirement. Madam Speaker, tourism is the engine of our economy and leading generator of our gross domestic product. In 2025, the government will provide the legislative infrastructure to make tourism a stronger economic driver by introducing a Ministry of Tourism bill to support our newly established Ministry of Tourism function. The bill will establish the legal framework for a government department responsible for managing tourism, outlining the powers, functions, and responsibilities of the Minister of Tourism, including regulating tourism activities, developing tourism policies, and overseeing tourism infrastructure development. Additionally, Madam Speaker, government will repeal the Festival and Fairs Act and replace it with the Festivals and Events Bill. The bill will create the BVI Festival and Events Board, which will be responsible for planning, organising and executing festivals and unique events to attract visitors, boost the local economy, enhance the Virgin Islands' cultural image by providing unique experience for visitors tied to local traditions, food, arts, music, history, sports and other niche attractions reflecting Virgin Islands life. The board will focus on using festivals and events to generate revenue for local businesses, contribute to the BVI brand image, and reach and foster a sense of community by bringing locals together to celebrate their heritage and culture. The board will work collaboratively with the Ministry of Tourism and the Tourism Authority on marketing, logistics, community engagement, sponsorships, and other areas to ensure smooth event execution. The Virgin Islands Gaming and Betting Control Act, which was passed in 2020, established the framework for a regulated gaming industry, including the Commission to oversee activities in the industry. In 2025, action will be taken to improve the effectiveness of the Act and initiate the legal mandate of the Commission. Regulations will be made so licensing and enforcement of the law for legal operation of businesses to engage in gaming and betting activities in the territory can begin in earnest. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Finance proposes to introduce amendments to the Commercial Recreational Vessels Licensing (CRVL) Act and other relevant legislations to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of the commercial recreational vessel industry, with the goal of fortifying the position as a leading maritime jurisdiction in the region. The core amendments will include a range of measures aimed at streamlining vessel categorization, ensuring vessel license integrity, promoting large yacht presence, strengthening registration requirements, mandating BVI charter origin, and exempting BVI vessels from cruising permits and import duties. Amendments to the Commercial Recreational Vessels Licensing Act 1992, number 8 of 1992, include specifying that annual licenses shall be valid for 1 year from the date of issuance, changes to the number of off-charter days for certain categories of vessels, and the number of continuous days certain categories of vessels will be permitted to remain in BVI waters. Adjustments will also be made to the provisions for intra-trading. Proposed amendments to the Cruising and Home Port Permit Act 2021, number 29 of 2021, will refine the regulatory framework and address operational nuances. A new provision will establish an annual cruising permit exemption for term charter and day trip BVI vessels. It will become optional for vessels to appoint an agent. Additionally, a daily $5 cruising permit fee will replace the requirement for large passenger vessels to apply for a 24-hour exemption from the Commissioner. Residents of the Territory will also be exempted from cruising permits, and specific exemptions will be made for certain vessel categories, including workboats, hotel boats, and vessels transporting guests, crew, or staff directly between designated points, provided they meet conditions set by HM Customs. The Customs Management and Duties Ordinance 2010, that's number 6 of 2010, Schedule 5, is proposed to be amended to exempt BVI vessels as defined from import duties. However, this exemption will be subject to the condition that if the owning company intends to dispose of the vessel, the applicable import duty must be paid at the prevailing rate prior to disposal. The Tonnage Duty Amendment Bill 2024 will modernise the framework for tonnage duty collection and enhance alignment with current practices. Among the proposals is a provision to exempt ferries licensed under the British Virgin Islands Ports Authority Act 1990, as well as vessels registered in the Virgin Islands and owned by BVI companies, from paying tonnage duty. Tonnage duty rates, where they do apply, will be revised. Madam Speaker, on a consistent basis, reforms to tax legislation are required from time to time. The Miscellaneous Amendments SIGTAS Validation Act 2024 will facilitate retroactively bringing the Miscellaneous Amendments SIGTAS Act 2005 into force as of November 1, 2005, its intended effective date, addressing procedural gaps in its enforcement. Furthermore, the validation bill to legitimise all monies collected under the provisions of the Miscellaneous Amendments SIGTAS Act 2005 will be laid before the House of Assembly for consideration. Together, these actions aim to strengthen the legal framework surrounding the Act, ensuring compliance and safeguarding the integrity of past and future revenue collections under its provisions. The Mutual Legal Assistance Tax Matters Amendment Bill 2024 will amend the Mutual Legal Assistance Tax Matters Act, Revised Edition 2020, to enhance compliance and clarify obligations under the Principal Act. Key updates include refining notification requirements for financial institutions, expanding the scope of offences penalised for non-compliance by reporting Virgin Islands financial institutions, and introducing penalties for obligations unmet by legal arrangements. Other reforms that will be brought forward through the Ministry of Finance include a Professional Accountants Bill to regulate the professional accounting and auditing industry in the jurisdiction of the Virgin Islands, and this with the intention of expanding the financial services industry business in the Territory. The Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Amendment Act 2020 will establish a framework for managing, disposing of, and sharing property seized or restrained in connection with offences. It will empower the Minister to assist law enforcement, oversee forfeited property, and manage a seized property fund for proceeds from forfeited assets. The bill will also simplify processes for obtaining management orders, managing seized property, issuing destruction orders, and sharing proceeds domestically and internationally. The Proliferation Financing Prohibition Amendment Bill 2024 aims at enhancing compliance with Financial Acts and Task Force Recommendation 7, which pertains to targeted financial sanctions related to proliferation financing. The bill amends the Proliferation Financing Prohibition Act 2021 to, firstly, make the offences concerning the prohibition of dealings with assets linked to designated persons or entities strict liability offences. Secondly, to remove the $10,000 financial threshold and require mandatory reporting of all transactions, regardless of amount, involving designated persons or entities. And thirdly, placing an obligation on individuals with knowledge of such dealings to report to the Financial Investigation Agency. This bill will also streamline the FIA's powers by expanding the agency's authority, issue guidelines on proliferation financing matters. This bill is critical to aligning the territory with international AML-CFT standards and addressing deficiencies identified in the Virgin Islands Mutual Evaluation Report. Madam Speaker, the commercial maritime sector holds significant potential that has not yet been fully developed. The Virgin Islands Merchant Shipping Amendment Bill 2025 will amend the Merchant Shipping Act 2001 to update the list of qualifying persons for owning a Virgin Islands ship, to enhance the implementation of the Safety Convention in the Virgin Islands, and to give effect to regional and other codes of practice relating to the safety of ships, and to provide maritime enforcement powers. To strengthen the fisheries sector, the Food Security and Sustainability Amendment Bill 2025 will be amended to provide for fishing using scuba equipment, and the relevant regulations will be developed to facilitate this method of fishing, as well as spear fishing. The regulations will include appropriate safeguards to avoid overfishing. The immigration and passport regulations will be amended to further develop and streamline processes, requirements, fees, and forms relative to resident status and belonger status. This amendment will also include the introduction of new initiatives that will target remote and executive clearance options for travellers, which will further enhance our tourism product through added services for these niche markets. The government also proposes to bring forward a bill to amend the Immigration and Passport Ordinance to create a comprehensive visa legislation, which is critical to ensuring alignment with regional and international legal standards. This legislation will establish a robust legal framework for the processing of visas, addressing an important gap in the current system and reducing associated risks. In addition, the draft will incorporate the visa fees and rates approved by Cabinet, ensuring full compliance with the established financial framework. This initiative-taking approach will ensure that the Virgin Islands will be well positioned to manage visa processes efficiently and in full compliance with global best practices, enhancing the territory's ability to protect our borders and facilitate international travel. Madam Speaker, the territory continues to see a steady increase in irregular migration. The government realises the need for local legislation to support persons fleeing their homeland due to legitimate fear. An amendment to the Immigration and Passport Act will introduce sections to address the administration, processing, and management of asylum and refugee cases in the territory. Further, the Immigration and Passport Act will be amended to allow for ease of processing mechanisms for the spouse and children of persons deemed to belong to the Virgin Islands. This will formalise policy and bring the legislation in line with the government's vision on the right to family life for belongers of the Virgin Islands. The Advanced Passenger Information Act will be repealed and replaced to allow for the territory to maintain pace with international best practices for the collection, transmission, sharing, storage, and regulation of advanced passenger information and passenger name records. This will facilitate the Immigration Department's efforts to increase its use of technology and risk-based mechanisms to target illegitimate travellers and individuals who use the territory for irregular migration, to do so in a more effective manner. In 2025, substantial amendments will be made to the Virgin Islands Investment Act 2021 and Business Licensing Act 2022. These changes will strategically transfer authority from the Trade Commission to the Minister and Ministry responsible for trade, enabling a more focused approach to developing our trade services. This transition will be accompanied by a comprehensive restructuring of the Trade Department to ensure efficient delivery of services. The centralisation of authority within the Ministry will better align trade policies with our broader economic development goals, ensuring a cohesive and strategic approach to fostering investment and economic growth in the Virgin Islands. As part of the amendments, a two-tier approval process for foreign investors will be introduced, which will be seamlessly integrated into a one-stop service approach. This innovative system is designed to streamline procedures whilst maintaining rigorous oversight. This approach ensures that whilst the government maintains necessary checks and balances, the process remains efficient, transparent, and user-friendly for all foreign investors seeking to contribute to our economy. The amendments also aim to create a more responsive and agile regulatory environment, capable of adapting to the dynamic needs of both local and international investors. In line with this goal, the government is making significant changes to its investment and residency programs. The Residency by Investment program will be separated from the Investment Act and placed under the Immigration and Passport Act. This change will introduce new pathways to resident status, establish clear guidelines and criteria, and implement a quota system based on our territory's capacity, creating a more structured and transparent system for those seeking residency in our beautiful islands. Furthermore, the Business Licensing Act 2022 will be amended to further streamline the licensing process, reducing bureaucratic hurdles and fostering a more dynamic economic environment. Madam Speaker, in 2025, the government will also be revising the Consumer Protection Act 2020 to further enhance its effectiveness and address emerging consumer concerns, particularly regarding pricing. This revision will strengthen the promotion of good business practices and ensure that consumer protection remains a top priority in our evolving economic landscape. The government is committed to enhancing consumer education initiatives, providing accessible avenue for redress, and improving consumer awareness and information. These efforts aim to encourage responsible and informed consumer choices, fostering a market environment that balances business growth with strong consumer safeguards. Through these comprehensive measures, the government is ensuring that as the economy develops, it does so in a manner that is fair, transparent, and beneficial to all consumers in the Virgin Islands. In 2025, the micro, small, and medium enterprise policy will be expanded with the introduction of a Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Act. This legislation will address the unique needs of MSMEs and create an enabling environment in which these vital businesses can develop, grow, and thrive. This legislation will establish a robust framework to support MSMEs through various stages of their development, from inception to expansion and beyond. This Act will work in tandem with existing MSME policy and grant programs, creating a comprehensive ecosystem of support for our local entrepreneurs. In addition to these measures, a national quality and standards policy will be introduced to enhance the competitiveness of Virgin Islands products and services in global markets. Furthermore, a fair competition policy will be implemented to promote healthy competition and prevent monopolistic practices. The overall aim is to create a more robust, efficient, and competitive economic environment in the Virgin Islands as a foundation for sustainable economic growth and increased global competitiveness. That brings me to NSDP Goal 3, infrastructure. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Communications and Works proposes to pilot a number of initiatives aimed at improving the management of public infrastructure and the delivery of services under its remit. The Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025 will seek to amend the Road Traffic Act, CAP 218, to modernise the legislation to improve road safety, enforce compliance, and updated stricter penalties. The amendments will also include traffic management tools and modernised standards for licensed vehicles to ensure safe use of the roads. The Wickham's Key Development Authority Act, CAP 281, will be amended to introduce a board and a secretariat to oversee development, management and operations in the City of Roadtown. The amended Act will also seek to support the authority's financial sustainability, enforcement powers and historic preservation through continued oversight of the 99-year Wickham's Key leases. The Water and Sewage Authority Act 2022, which established the Water and Sewage Authority as a statutory corporation to provide water supply and sanitation services, will be repealed and replaced by the Virgin Islands Energy and Water Corporation Act 2025. This act will bring the production of energy and water under one statutory organisation, mitigating the challenges faced in the provision of water and sewage services by cost-effective integration of those functionalities with the BVI Electricity Corporation. The Architects and Engineers Registration Bill 2025 will establish a framework for the registration, licensing and regulation of all architects and engineers practicing in the Virgin Islands. This proposed legislation seeks to uphold the integrity of those professions and to protect public safety by ensuring that practitioners meet minimum qualification standards. It is designed to address infrastructural deficiencies and safeguard the health, safety and welfare of building occupants. The Virgin Islands Development Agency Bill 2024 will be introduced to transition the Recovery and Development Agency to the Virgin Islands Development Agency. This change will ensure continued implementation of project interventions towards achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, supporting the territory's economic growth and success. So to NSDP Goal 4 now, education and learning. Madam Speaker, in the journey of nation building, education is the ship that carries the people of the Virgin Islands forward, empowering them to navigate uncharted waters and reach for the horizon of opportunity. To remain steady and on course, it is necessary to continuously refit, reimagine and reinforce this vessel to ensure it is equipped to weather the winds of change and deliver every Virgin Islander to a brighter future and build. In this session, the government will continue moving full steam ahead with its mission to reimagine education and build a system that empowers all students, irrespective of their academic, physical, or cognitive abilities. Education must not only adapt to the needs of today, but it must anticipate the demands of tomorrow to develop an economy that is innovative, competitive, and resilient on the global stage. The Education Amendment Act 2014 and its accompanying regulations will be brought forward to this Honourable House for consideration. These legislative updates will provide the framework necessary to embed science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, STEAM, education into the very fabric of our system. This represents more than a curriculum shift. It is a change in thinking, one that nurtures critical thinking, logical reasoning, creativity, and collaborative skills, while embracing technology and connecting learning to real-world applications. By modernising this legislation, the government is equipping the education system to foster innovation, inclusivity, and resilience, laying a solid foundation for the future of the Virgin Islands. In addition, we will focus on modernizing key policies that underpin our education system. The early childhood policy will ensure our youngest learners are given every opportunity to succeed, with an emphasis on quality standards and professional development for early childhood educators. The special education policy will work to ensure that no child is left behind by promoting inclusion and providing support for students with special needs, recognizing their unique potential to contribute to society. Additionally, the graduation policy will be revised to align graduation requirements with the competencies necessary for students to thrive in a technologically driven, interconnected world. Madam Speaker, education is not confined to the classroom. Youth and sports development are critical pillars of holistic educational progress. With UNESCO support, the Ministry will continue the review of the National Youth Policy to further empower our young people as leaders, innovators, and active citizens. Additionally, we will commence the review of the National Sports Policy to ensure that athletic development contributes to both personal growth and national pride, while promoting wellness across our communities. In line with this government's commitment to accountability, integrity, fairness, and openness, I'm pleased to report that the H. Laverty Stout Community College Act has been revised and assented to, paving the way for a modernised and efficient institution. The next step will be the repeal of the BVI College Fund Act, CAP 113, which no longer serves the college's needs. Similarly, amendments to the Recreation Trust Act, CAP 278, and the Recreation Trust Amendment Act, number 4 of 2012, will be completed to ensure the Trust adheres to good governance principles while addressing the evolving needs of our communities. As the Trust works diligently to develop and maintain recreational facilities across the territory, these legislative reforms will ensure its operations remain efficient and aligned with the principles of good governance. Alongside these amendments, the Trust will also be tasked with developing or updating policies and procedures to promote efficiency and organisational excellence. Now to NSDP Goal 5, Health and Wellness. Madam Speaker, the health and wellness of the citizenry are critical to a country's sustainable development and are good indicators of effective government. It is therefore incumbent on governments to enact laws and policies that promote good health and a healthy environment, and to promote the well-being of its citizens. In this session, the House of Assembly will consider amendments to the Tobacco Products Control Act 2006, number 18 of 2006. In 2019, Cabinet approved changes to the Tobacco Products Control Act to address certain issues and align the law with international standards, specifically the World Health Organization's Framework Convention for Tobacco Control. The draft Tobacco Products Control Amendment Bill 2025 addresses issues such as the mandatory implementation of graphic warning labels on tobacco products, preventing tobacco sponsorship of events and activities, preventing the smoking in private transportation vehicles when minors are present, increasing the level of fines and including provisions for electronic nicotine delivery systems and electronic non-nicotine delivery systems. The Ministry of Health and Social Development will also update a number of regulations dealing with various aspects of public health. These will include, firstly, the environmental health regulations, which address the safe operation of barbershops, spas, saloons, and beauty parlours, establishing infection control standards while ensuring medical procedures are supervised by health professionals. Secondly, the recreational water regulations, which pertain to establishing and enforcing water quality standards for swimming pools and other recreational water activities. Thirdly, the food hygiene regulations, which will strengthen food safety measures. Fourthly, the potable water regulations will set minimum standards for potable water for household and drinking use, along with enforcement measures. Fifthly, the indoor air quality regulations, which will set minimum standards for human habitation and address complaints, while also implementing control measures for commercial air conditioning systems. And finally, the fats, oils, and grease disposal regulations will ensure the safe disposal of fats, oils, and greases from food establishments to protect the municipal sewerage system and the public health. Amendments to the Recreation Trust Act, CAP 278, and the Recreation Trust Amendment Act, number 4 of 2012, will be completed in this session, as the Trust works diligently to develop and maintain recreational facilities across the territory. These legislative reforms will ensure its operations remain efficient and aligned with the principles of good governance. Alongside these amendments, the Trust will also be tasked with developing or updating policies and procedures to promote efficiency and organisational excellence. Amendments will be made to the Cemeteries Act 1987, CAP 177, and the Burial Grounds Regulations 1978. The changes will cover such matters as provisions for plot reservations or sale of plots for future use, the growing cultural and religious diversity of burial rites, and burial refundable deposits based on the removal of debris and construction materials after burial. Additionally, provisions will also be made for the maintenance of graves and memorials. Families of the deceased will be responsible for marking and finishing the vaults, and provision will be made for assessing administration fees for burials to provide for the maintenance of burial grounds. Maintaining the pristine beauty of these islands is a priority for the government, but doing so has been met with certain challenges, such as the proliferation of derelict vehicles, littering, and indiscriminate dumping of refuse. As such, amendments to the Derelict Vehicle Act will be introduced to streamline the process for dealing with derelict vehicles and to align the disposal fees with the actual cost of collecting and safely disposing of vehicles. The Litter Abatement Act will be amended to increase the penalties for littering and indiscriminate dumping. On another note, Madam Speaker, with the passage of the Public Assistance Act, there are provisions which allow for a number of prescribed areas to be defined through regulations. These include income thresholds for eligibility, any other forms of emergency assistance that may be considered necessary for persons with an urgent financial need, and other critical areas which must be clearly defined for the benefit of the end users. Work is ongoing with the support of a UNICEF legal expert and the Attorney General's chambers to finalise these regulations early in 2025. In the interim, the Ministry proposes increasing the public assistance grant amounts to provide a more substantial and immediate relief to vulnerable persons in the community while the legislative process is completed. And that brings me to NSDP Goal 6, Good Governance and Leadership. Madam Speaker, the government is committed to delivering the highest standards of good governance to the people of the Virgin Islands. This includes not just transparency and accountability, but efficiency of service and honouring the social contract. Madam Speaker, it is planned that the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2025 will be presented to this Honourable House for consideration after completion of negotiations with the United Kingdom Government planned for this year. The report of the Constitutional Review Commission will be debated in this Honourable House in the first quarter of 2025, and it is hoped that the process of finalisation of the new Constitution would be completed during this second session. Initiatives in the second session of the Fifth House of Assembly will also include bringing forward the Human Rights Commission Bill to provide for the establishment of the Virgin Islands Human Rights Commission in accordance with Section 34 of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. This is an important part of strengthening our independent institutions. The Freedom of Information Bill will be advanced to establish a legal right to information as an essential part of public administration in the Virgin Islands. Among its provisions will be the responsibility for public authorities to publish certain documents and information concerning, amongst other things, its functions, its decision-making powers, the categories of documents that are to be maintained, and the documents that must be made available for inspection and purchase. The government will also introduce the Elections Amendment Act, which will amend the Elections Act and regulations. This to enhance and strengthen the electoral administration process by incorporating the recommendations from the Supervisor of Elections 2023 General Elections Report and those from the Observer Mission. These amendments will serve to promote the public's level of trust in the electoral system and the level of functioning in relation to international standards. Since the Public Procurement Act 2021 was implemented, also in 2021, the government has been able to receive feedback from the public and other users of this legislation on its effectiveness and efficiency. Accordingly, the government intends to incorporate the feedback received to further strengthen the public procurement system. This will be in the form of an amendment to the Principal Act, which will be introduced in the House of Assembly this year. Madam Speaker, the Whistleblower Act 2021 will be amended to further strengthen its effectiveness. Proposals include expanding protections and streamlining the processes related to whistleblowing. The amendments will clarify that anyone can be reported for improper conduct, and the definition of improper conduct will be expanded to include human rights violations and unfair discrimination. Additionally, a centralized body, the Complaints Commissioner, will oversee all disclosures, ensuring accountability and consistency in processing reports. Other notable changes include allowing anonymous disclosures, outlining conditions under which the designated authority can refuse or cease investigations, and specifying that criminal matters should be referred to the police, among other provisions. Madam Speaker, I know the Premier's office will continue to support the work commenced in 2024 with amendments to the priority statutory board legislations to ensure that their good governance provisions are strengthened. A schedule has been developed which will see amendments being carried out on a quarterly basis for 15 statutory boards across ministries. The Service Commission's Amendment Act will be brought forward to legally recognise the structural design of an independent, dedicated secretariat to provide support to the 4 service commissions. The amendment is also needed to redefine the role and responsibility of the Department of Human Resources and the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, considering the separation of the two. This amendment will allow the Secretariat to operate in its independent space with its own operating budget, ensuring that the commissions can focus on their core responsibilities, while the administrative, operational and logistical support is managed independently. Further, with the passage of the Public Service Management Act, amendments to the Service Commissions Act are necessary to ensure that the Service Commissions Act and Public Service Management Act align. The Flexible Working Arrangements Bill, supported by policy, will outline the criteria and process for undertaking a flexible working arrangement. The implementation of this policy will come at a time where officers and employees continue to maneuver through their personal hurricane recovery efforts and the challenges caused as a result of pandemics and endemics. Madam Speaker, in 2020, the subject of National Archives was reassigned to the Premier's office, while the subject of records related to the operations of the public service remained with the Office of the Deputy Governor. There is a need to ensure that each subject has the relative legislative framework to govern their work. The Archives and Records Management Amendment Act will provide for the separation of the records management from the Archives and Records Management Act. As it relates to records, legislation backing is needed to establish clear guidelines and standards for the creation, maintenance, retention, and disposal of records. This ensures accountability, transparency, and compliance with legal and regulatory frameworks. Proper records management supports effective governance by preserving institutional memory, facilitating efficient decision-making, and protecting sensitive or classified information. To support the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force in their law enforcement role, the Police Act, CAP 165, will be revisited. This Act brings together an updated legislative basis for policing in the territory and provides a strong constitutional and professional base for a modernised police force. Supporting the proposed Act represents a positive and measured response to the current crime and community challenges facing the Virgin Islands, and provides a real opportunity for the RVIPF to emerge as a leading police force in the Caribbean. Witness anonymity legislation will also be brought forward. This will ensure the protection of witnesses and the preservation of their rights by the provision for a court to make a witness anonymity order to protect the safety of the witness, prevent damage to property, and prevent actual harm to the public interest. This legislation will be an invaluable tool in assisting with combating serious crime and help to re-establish public confidence in the criminal justice system. Madam Speaker, substantial efforts have been made towards drafting a sexual offences bill. The Sexual Offences Bill aims to create a legal framework that is sensitive to gender issues concerning various sexual crimes and aims to reduce secondary trauma for victims, as well as monitoring sexual offenders after their release. It will cover procedures for investigation, prosecution, and sentencing, while offering support to complainants and survivors. The Act will align the Virgin Islands with international standards for sexual offence laws by defining terms clearly and focusing on preventing gender-based violence. In 2023, the Attorney General's Chambers submitted 7 supporting bills to aid in enacting the Sexual Offences Bill. These include the Sexual Offender Register Bill 2024, the Offences Against the Persons Amendment Bill 2024, the Evidence Amendment Bill 2024, the Criminal Code Amendment Bill 2024, the Criminal Justice Alternative Sentencing Bill 2024, the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Amendment Bill 2024, and finally the Children and Young Persons Amendment Bill, also of 2024. The Sexual Offences Bill of 2025 and the Parole Amendment Bill will be brought to the House of Assembly during this session for deliberation. The public and all stakeholders will be consulted as the legislation goes through the required process. Measures will be pursued to improve the efficiency of the court system. The criminal procedure rules, the criminal rules, like the civil procedure rules, will serve a vital role in managing all criminal matters filed with the Supreme Court. The criminal rules will make provisions for filing dates and deadlines for certain matters, case management procedures, disclosure, adjournments, bail, and service of documents, amongst other things. The Magistrates' Code of Procedure Rules will be amended to allow persons to be served summons electronically or by mail. This will provide significant benefits in terms of efficiency, accessibility, and compliance. Both delivery methods will help reduce administrative costs associated with manual processes, such as printing and in-person delivery. Additionally, they allow for standardized record keeping, ensuring that there is a clear and verifiable history of communications. The Magistrates' Code of Procedure Amendment Act will seek to authorize Cabinet to make rules for the just and expeditious management and dissolution of all criminal cases in the Magistrates' Court. This adjustment ensures that the local magistracy can adopt the finalized criminal rules while accommodating its unique operational framework. And legislation to provide for restorative justice as an option in the criminal justice system for victims, offenders, and the community will be introduced in this session. The Act will also provide for the establishment of an advisory council on restorative justice and for related matters. Restorative justice legislation formalises processes that focus on preparing harm caused by criminal behaviour as an alternative to the traditional punitive justice system. This by emphasising accountability, reconciliation, and healing for all stakeholders, including victims, offenders, and the community. That now brings me to my conclusion. Madam Speaker, in closing, the Government of the Virgin Islands also wishes for the public to be aware that it is not unusual that during the year, new initiatives arise which may make it necessary to prepare new legislation or amend legislation where appropriate. When this happens, the necessary legislation will be brought forward by the government for the consideration of the House of Assembly to further strengthen all sectors of the community of the Virgin Islands. As Governor, I look forward to continuing to fulfil my responsibilities under the Constitution regarding the elected government's legislative agenda in the best interests of the people of the Virgin Islands and their good governance. So I hereby declare the second session of the Fifth House of Assembly open. May God guide the deliberations of this honourable House as you work on behalf of the people of these Virgin Islands. And with that I conclude. Thank you.
Please stand.
Then we do financial services.
This House now resumes its sitting. I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to move a motion. Take a minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name shortly, entitled Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Amendment Bill 2024.
I second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Amendment Bill 2024 be granted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name shortly, entitled Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Amendment Bill 2024, and will explain its provision at the second reading. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a first time.
Second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a first time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
This bill shall be cited as the Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Amendment Bill 2024.
Thank you. I call upon the Premier Minister of Finance to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the standing order number 52-2 be suspended to allow for the bill shortly entitled Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Amendment Bill 2024 to be read a second time.
Second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that standing order number 52-2 be suspended to allow the bill entitled Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Amendment Bill 2024 to be read a second time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time. Madam Speaker, I rise to update this Honorable House on the measures being undertaken to enhance the resilience and responsiveness of the Virgin Islands financial services sector during exceptional circumstances. Madam Speaker, the Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Act 2020 was enacted to provide critical safeguards for the continuity and efficient operation of the financial services sector during extraordinary events. Under this framework, the Financial Services Commission and its Board of Commissioners can only exercise certain powers after the Minister responsible for financial services issues an order declaring an exceptional circumstance in the territory. This procedural requirement, while necessary, can lead to delays that may hinder the Commission's ability to respond swiftly to urgent matters. In response, the members of the House of Assembly approved the Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2024 which integrates sections 5, 6, 7, and 8 of the Act into the Financial Services Commission Act. This integration equips the Commission and its chairman with greater flexibility to act without the delays which could occur awaiting the issuance of said order. Consequently, the proposed amendment to the Act seeks to remove the duplicating provisions between the Act and the provisions now contained in the Financial Services Commission Act. Madam Speaker, this Honourable House is keenly aware of the critical importance of our financial services sector to the Virgin Islands economy. The amendments outlined in the bill serve to enhance the responsiveness of the Financial Services Commission while reaffirming the government's commitment to fostering a robust and adaptable regulatory framework that meets the evolving demands of this sector. Madam Speaker, I therefore commend the Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Amendment Bill 2024 to this Honourable House for its consideration and support as we continue to strengthen the resilience of our financial services sector. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Any member wish to debate? I call upon the Premier to wrap up.
Madam Speaker, I thank the members for their support. Of course, as the bill said, these provisions were moved to the Financial Services Commission Act, which we did last year, and this is somewhat of a cleaning up exercise that we're doing right now, Madam Speaker, and I'm looking forward to passing other legislation to strengthen our financial services sector. And thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This bill shall be cited as the Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Amendment Bill 2024.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee. I call on the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Amendment Bill 2024 has passed through committee with amendments. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Amendment Bill, did I say 2025? 2025 be read a third time and passed as amended.
Second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a third time and passed as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This bill shall be cited as the Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Amendment Bill 2025.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. Thank you. I call upon the Premier Minister of Finance to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Police Amendment Bill 2024.
Second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Police Amendment Bill 2024 be granted. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I now call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I introduce the bill standing in my name shortly entitled Police Amendment Bill 2024 and will explain its provision at the second reading. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Police Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a first time.
Second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Police Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a first time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
This bill shall be cited as the Police Amendment Bill 2024.
Thank you. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that Standing Order number 52-2 be suspended to allow for the bill shortly entitled Police Amendment Bill 2024 to be read a second time.
Second, Madam Speaker.
I rise on a point of privilege to echo my very serious concerns with this proposed Police Act amendment going through the first, second, and third stages in one sitting. Madam Speaker, on perusal of the bill, there are some very serious incursions on the fundamental rights and freedoms of the citizens of this country. We have not been able, Madam Speaker, to make the public fully aware as to what is contained in this bill and the possible implications on their right to privacy as provided for in the Constitutional Order of 2007. In particular, Madam Speaker, as a representative for District 6, I have not been able to bring a bill of this magnitude that is so important to the people of District 6 so that they can understand the implications on their lives going forward in this bill. And so, Madam Speaker, I am raising my concerns that I do not think it is the right thing. There needs to be wider public consultation on this bill before it is made law. It is too serious a piece of legislation for us to 1, 2, 3 with the public not knowing all that is involved, Madam Speaker. I couldn't sit here because it'll be a travesty. It'll be a travesty, an absolute travesty, if we were to do this in this honorable House, Madam Speaker.
Member for the second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to also support the sentiments raised by the member for the 6th District regarding this bill and trying to get it through first, second, and third reading. Madam Speaker, this is a new session of the House of Assembly. This Police Act has come and tried to come to this House in many different forms, shapes, and sizes. And the way it is now being presented, Madam Speaker, is coming on a different disguise, so to speak, that would...
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point.
Madam Speaker, I think that the member for the 6th, based on what he said, should move a motion to have the bill removed from the order paper and have the second reading postponed. And then members could debate it at this point before we continue, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I just want to finish what I was saying. In that we have to be careful in what we're doing. We understand the nature of what we're dealing with in our territory. It is how we're doing it, Madam Speaker. And we have to be responsible in how we are presenting something like this to the public, because it not just affects the police act and their ability to do their job, it affects the general public and the people that we are responsible for and our families, Madam Speaker. So I support the member for the 6th.
Thank you.
Position.
I think what the Deputy Premier mentioned may be the appropriate course. As Premier, you wish to say something?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, point of order. I moved a motion. I didn't even have an opportunity for my motion to be seconded, which is my right if I move a motion. After that motion is seconded, if persons want to debate that motion, I mean, I have to remind myself if this is a motion that would be debated, I would assume so. Persons debated, but I did not even have the opportunity to have my motion seconded, which is not in keeping with parliamentary practice. So, Madam Speaker, before my whole motion is derailed, I think at least my motion should be given an opportunity to be seconded. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, well, I think just for us to clarify things, Premier, I don't think your motion would be derailed. The reality is the member rose on a point of privilege. So it hasn't, in fact, challenged what you have brought forward as a motion.
Madam Speaker, I certainly accept that. But what ensued on that point of privilege, Madam Speaker, was a debate as to whether this thing should be given a second reading. So I have no challenge with a point of privilege, but in essence what it was, it started to, and then the other member got up, and they started to debate as to whether this bill should be given a second reading before the motion was even allowed to be able to be seconded. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Noted. Is there a second to your motion? The honorable members, it has been moved and seconded as number 52 to be suspended to allow the bill entitled Police Amendment Bill 2024 to be read a second time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against?
Speaker, may we have a division of votes on this, please?
Yes.
Honorable Dr. Carl Dawson. Honorable Shari B. DeCastro. Honorable Julian Fraser. Honorable Stacy Mather. Honorable Marlon A. Penn.
No.
Honorable Kai Reimer. Honorable Ronnie Skelton. Honorable Lorna Smith. Abstain. Honorable Luce Hodge Smith.
Yay.
Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
You heard?
No.
Honorable Myron Walwin.
No.
Honorable Dr. Natalio Wheatley.
Yes.
Honorable Vincent Whitley.
The results are as follows: 7 ayes, 5 noes, 1 abstained. Majority rule. The motion has passed. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Police Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time. And I'll now give the objects and reasons, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in February 2024, the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force released its fourth round mutual evaluation report concerning our jurisdiction, alongside several other nations. This comprehensive assessment has revealed both commendable achievements within our anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism framework, and significant deficiencies that we must urgently rectify to protect the reputation of the Virgin Islands and strengthen our financial system. Firstly, I commend the positive outcomes of the report. The Virgin Islands has attained compliance with 11 out of 40 recommendations, is largely compliant with 25, partially compliant with 3, and regrettably non-compliant with 1 recommendation. While these ratings are an indication of our commitment and diligence to satisfying our obligations, they also point out the need for further enhancement of our legal framework. We must continue to demonstrate meaningful and tangible progress in addressing the recommended actions to mitigate the risk of being grey-listed for a protracted length of time. In light of these findings, it is essential that we advance appropriate amendments to the Police Act to rectify the deficiencies identified in Recommendation 31, as well as immediate outcomes 7 and 8. The proposed amendments in this bill are aimed at empowering our law enforcement agencies and ensuring our adherence to international standards. Recommendation 31. It is paramount that our competent authorities are equipped with the requisite powers, investigative techniques to respond effectively to mutual legal assistance requests and combat money laundering activities. While there are existing provisions that address some of these areas, there's need for improvement. We must enhance the production, search, and seizure capabilities of our law enforcement, not just for international cooperation, but also for the progression of domestic cases. Moreover, immediate outcomes 7 and 8, as discussed in the mutual evaluation report, highlights a number of deficiencies in our legal framework concerning money laundering investigations and the confiscation of criminal proceeds. The MER discloses that our policing framework lacks the advanced investigative techniques necessary for confronting complex investigations, such as controlled deliveries and undercover operations. The recommended actions set out in the MER are not merely bureaucratic suggestions. They provide essential tools that our law enforcement agencies require to effectively combat serious criminal activities. By equipping our law enforcement with the necessary powers and tools to thoroughly investigate and prosecute money laundering offenses, we are not just fulfilling our international obligations, but creating an environment that allows for the proper detection and punishment of criminal activities. These proposed legislative amendments will not only facilitate the return of stolen assets to victims, but also deprive criminals of their ill-gotten gains, thereby making our society safer and more just. Additionally, the bill introduces Section 35B and 35C, aimed at bolstering the effectiveness of our law enforcement authorities in combating serious crimes, particularly financial offenses. These amendments are vital to reinforcing our legal framework, enhancing cooperation among domestic and international agencies, and aligning our strategic initiatives with international standards and global best practices. For these reasons, the passage of this bill, along with necessary amendments, is of utmost importance. We must act resolutely to increase our compliance ratings, address the deficiencies identified in the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force report, and maintain the Virgin Islands' reputation as a secure and stable financial center. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we have a significant opportunity here to strengthen our legislative framework and to reaffirm our commitment to protecting these Virgin Islands. Let's take this opportunity and engage with this piece of legislation to enhance its effectiveness. Madam Speaker, in addition to my prepared statement, let me just say a few words about the challenge we are seeking to confront here in this Virgin Islands. The first thing I'll say, Madam Speaker, is this bill was first introduced in the last session of the House. I think that we had to pass that somewhere around middle of December when we passed the budget. We gave this police amendment bill 2024 its first reading. It was gazetted and made public. I believe that had to be somewhere around 3 weeks ago, Madam Speaker. And the public would have had an opportunity to look at the bill. And each representative would have had the opportunity to sensitize their constituents to the bill. Could have found a little time between the merriment and Carolyn and whatever else it was. We had several walking days since this bill was passed. We had several walking days. And it's important. If it's something that we thought was important enough, we had time. Having said that, Madam Speaker, it is a serious bill. I would not attend this new session for first, second, and third reading unless it was of the utmost urgency. It is not an issue to politicize, Madam Speaker. And for those who want to politicize it, I think it's unfortunate. Madam Speaker, we all grew up in the Virgin Islands, which was peaceful. We speak about it all the time. You could go several years without even having one murder, Madam Speaker. The Virgin Islands was one of the most peaceful places on the planet. And Madam Speaker, we are still relatively low crime jurisdiction. We are still able to walk the streets and enjoy a relative level of security. But the Virgin Islands of today, Madam Speaker, is not the Virgin Islands of our past. Those days when you can just leave your vehicle open, sleep with your doors unlocked and open, we can no longer do such things. Madam Speaker, we've had occurrences as it pertains to crime which should move all of us to tears. Should move all of us to tears. Madam Speaker, I will remind the public and the members of the House of a young girl named Trinity down in West End, lost her life in a hail of gunfire. She could have been my daughter. In fact, we all should behave as though that was our daughter. That was somebody's daughter. That was somebody's sister. That was somebody's niece. And the fact that that young child barely know what it means to be alive, lost her life in a hail of gunfire, should move all of us. It should convict our conscience. Madam Speaker, we had Mrs. Pickering in Paraquita Bay, constituent of mine. Again, lost her life to violent crime. Criminals went to her place of residence, the place where she should feel most secure. And that would be the last breath that she ever breathed. Madam Speaker, Mrs. Pickering could have been my mother. That's somebody's mother. That's my friend's mother. That's my friend's wife. That was somebody's sister, somebody's aunt. That murder, callous murder, should convict us. It should prick our conscience. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we've had prominent members of our society, public officers who've served the people of the Virgin Islands well. They've had persons come into their homes and force them to lie on the ground. Madam Speaker, my main responsibility as leader of this government is to protect the people of the Virgin Islands. My main responsibility. Madam Speaker, this is not the Virgin Islands of the past. And if we miss this mark and we don't meet this moment, the eyes of history will look at us and say, what did you do when you had an opportunity to make an intervention to protect these Virgin Islands? Do we wait for another Trinity? Do we wait for another Mrs. Pickering before we are moved, before we are convicted enough to ensure that we have the tools necessary to arrest this corrupted practice of crime? Madam Speaker, I want to appeal to those persons who are out there who are involved in criminal activities. I want to appeal to you. Put down the guns. Turn in your weapons. I want to appeal, if you are involved in illicit activity, turn your life around. It is not too late. Get on the right side Right now, you're on the wrong side. Right now, you are living a life that's a fast life and it ends quickly. You live fast and you die fast. There are too many young persons sitting in Greenland Cemetery or Johnson Gut Cemetery or right there, Longbush. Too many individuals are sitting up in Balsam Gut. Madam Speaker, I don't want to say too much, but I sit in the National Security Council. And I know the threat that we face as a territory. Let's not take it for granted. If we do not act now, things will get much worse. We must act. Madam Speaker, I get reports of teenagers, 14 and 15-year-olds, who are now armed. They're barely going through puberty. And they have weapons of destruction. We watch the television. We know that what can happen. Just the other day in the United States, they have persons shooting up a school. The other day, we had a shooting close by school premises. While school was going on. Let me say, Madam Speaker, I have 2 children that go to that school. I hear the reports of the persons who attend that school who are in some real serious trouble with the police. Madam Speaker, I say to you again, if we do not act now, the eyes of history will look at us disappointingly. Disappointingly. Madam Speaker, we cannot allow the Virgin Islands to be a safe haven for criminals. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I appeal to those persons who are involved in crime to turn away from that wicked, selfish behavior. Because if you do not turn away from crime, if you do not seek to live in a legal way, I will use every power that I have in my ability to ensure that you are prosecuted and imprisoned for your crimes. Now, Madam Speaker, we have a system of justice. We have a system of justice. Madam Speaker, justice is not perfect. Madam Speaker, crime is an evolving phenomenon. Madam Speaker, the police force and our laws have to keep pace with the modern reality of crime. Have to keep pace. This police act that we have is something, Madam Speaker, that we have to confront as a people. I understand why we don't want to amend the Police Act. I'm going to get to the reason why we don't want to amend it. I'm not just talking about this house, past house. when the Police Act pops up, somehow or the other, it die a slow death. I'm going to tell you why we don't want to amend the Police Act and why we are leaving our police force ill-equipped to be able to properly fight crime in a modern way. It's something that we have to confront as a people. Madam Speaker, the governor, under Section 60, is responsible for internal and external security. The governor is over the police force. And Madam Speaker, because of the cultural differences that we as Virgin Islanders have with the United Kingdom, we are inherently fearful. We are inherently fearful that we will have to be fearful of the police and what they can do to the majority of persons. And those fears are easily stoked. And therefore, when the Police Act comes up, we start thinking about the police going into regular citizens' homes, and we start thinking all types of things, Madam Speaker, about what the police can do to us. And we don't think enough about that threat that confronts all of us that we need to be protected from. And Madam Speaker, what I would say to those fears are that those fears are not unfounded. You look in the United States, the same thing happens. When you have the black community there who are fearful and distrustful of the police, because the police have been used against the black community in the United States, the same thing happens in the United Kingdom. What I would say to those persons who have those fears is we have to confront those fears. Let us do what we need to do, and let's modernize our Constitution and ensure that these institutions are controlled by our people. That is what we do. But until we gain the courage to do that, Madam Speaker, we cannot leave our people defenseless. And Madam Speaker, let me just say this. Whenever you speak about crime, you have to ensure that you, and enhancing the powers of the police, you have to have a balance. Madam Speaker, I accept. And in fact, I'm an advocate for that balance. Madam Speaker, whenever you speak about enhancing the powers of the police, you have to have a balance. Because yes, when you give power, power can be subject and prone to abuse. That is the truth, Madam Speaker. And that is why you need a society with appropriate checks and balances. That's why you have an executive, that's why you have a legislative branch and a judiciary. All of them are checks on the other branch. And we as legislators, we have a responsibility to ensure those checks and balances exist. But Madam Speaker, we have to say it for the public who may not have read or been exposed to what we've been exposed to. In 2007, Madam Speaker, we got a constitution. And one of the victories of that constitution was a quote unquote Bill of Rights. That constitution gave us a Bill of Rights. Madam Speaker, much of the protections that we know need to be in place to protect our residents and citizens from abuses are enshrined within that Bill of Rights. The fundamental rights and freedoms of the individual. Madam Speaker, the Constitution is the highest law of the land. And this law, or any other law, cannot overturn the Constitution. The laws have to walk in conformity with the Constitution, but they certainly cannot contradict the Constitution. And the Constitution will even go as far, Madam Speaker, as to say that no other law can contravene this section. Madam Speaker, that was done because it was recognized that there are certain protections which would not be subject to the whims of one legislature or the other. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to read some of those protections for you. It's in Section 16, Madam Speaker, of the Constitution. It is titled Provisions to Secure Protection of Law. Madam Speaker, these are rights that cannot be taken away from the individuals in our society. I'll just read a few of them. I won't read all, it's a long section. Madam Speaker, it says, 16.1 says, if any person is charged with a criminal offense, then unless the charge is withdrawn, they shall be afforded a fair hearing within a reasonable time by an independent and impartial court established by law. Subsection 2. Every person who is charged with a criminal offense A, be presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty according to law. B, be informed promptly as prescribed by law in a language that he or she understands and in detail of the nature of the offense charged. C, be given adequate time and opportunity for the preparation of his or her defense. D, be permitted to defend himself or herself before the court in person or at his or her own expense by a legal practitioner of his or her own choice, or where he or she is unable to afford to retain a legal practitioner and the interests of justice so require, by a legal practitioner at the public expense, provided through an established public legal aid scheme as prescribed by law. E, be entitled to examine in person or by his or her legal practitioner the witnesses called by the prosecution before the court, and to obtain the attendance and carry out the examination of witnesses to testify on his or her behalf before the court on the same conditions as those applying to witnesses called by the prosecution. F, be permitted to have, without payment, the assistance of an interpreter if he or she cannot understand or speak the language used at the trial of the charge. G, when charged on indictment in the High Court, have the right to jury by trial, to trial by jury. And Madam Speaker, we have just about 12 subsections there. And the protections of the individuals are enshrined as it pertains to law, enshrined in that provision. Madam Speaker, you also have other protections in this Constitution. You have protection to your right to privacy. You have protections. Madam Speaker, let me go to the right to privacy. Madam Speaker, I should have asked for your permission to read. Hopefully that is. I'll continue, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker. You have the right to personal liberty, equality before the law, and you have a right to private and family life and privacy of home and other property. The right to privacy is here enshrined in the Constitution. Every person has a right to respect for his or her private and family life, his or her home and his or her correspondence, including business and professional communications. Except with his or her own consent, no person shall be subjected to the search of his or her person or property or the entry by others on his or her premises. And this is what we have to pay attention to. Nothing in any law or done under its authority shall be held to contravene this section to the extent that it is reasonably justifiable in a democratic society. A, in the interests of defense, public safety. Let me repeat that again. Defense, public safety, public order, public morality, public health, town and country planning, the development of mineral resources or the development or utilization of any other property in such manner as to promote the public benefit, for the purpose of protecting the rights and freedoms of other persons, to enable an officer or agent of the government of the Virgin Islands, a local government authority or body corporate established by law for public purposes to enter on the premises of any person in order to inspect those premises or anything on them for the purpose of any tax, rate, or due, or in order to carry out work connected with any property that is lawfully on those premises and that belongs to the government of the Virgin Islands or that authority or body corporate, as the case may be. D, to authorize for the purpose of enforcing the judgment or order of a court in any proceedings, the search of any person or property by order of a court, or the entry upon any premises by such order, or for the prevention or detection of offenses against the criminal law or the customs law. I say that to say, Madam Speaker, the Constitution affords us protections, but the Constitution anticipates and outlines clearly that those protections have limitations. Those protections are not unlimited. And Madam Speaker, the nature of policing means that in some instances, for the purposes of public safety, that some of our freedoms must be curtailed. That's why in Trinidad and Tobago right now, they have a state of emergency. Because when crime gets to a particular point, when you call a state of emergency, even more of your rights are curtailed. And the police would have more powers in a state of emergency. Madam Speaker, we all have to be mature enough as a society to understand and realize that we have to give the police powers, and these are not powers which other police forces don't have in other parts of the world. This is the Virgin Islands police force entering into a modern reality. The legislation is vastly inadequate to confront the modern challenges that I have described. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. We have to give the police the tools. The police, the Director of Public Prosecution, we have to give them the tools to be able to help the Virgin Islands be a safer place. If it's not safe, Madam Speaker, let's kiss tourism goodbye. Let's kiss financial services goodbye. Let's just accept the fact we're going to have a rodeo Wild Wild West here in the Virgin Islands and all that comes along with it. Madam Speaker, we have to care more about the safety of the residents and citizens than we care about protecting criminals. Madam Speaker, let me say this. I know that persons need to be protected. I have been a victim of the abuse of the police, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've had a gun pointed at my head. Madam Speaker, I've been jailed wrongfully. Madam Speaker, I know what it's like. I used to live in the United States. I had locks in my hair. I looked like Bob Marley's son. I used to drive what I thought at that time was a nice car. And when you look a particular way, you're targeted. Madam Speaker, one time there was a circle of police officers around me, pushing me around in a circle. Madam Speaker, I know what it means like for the police to abuse their authority. I know persons need protections. We are intelligent enough, we are smart enough as 13 legislators. The bill comes here in a particular form, yes. We have 13 smart people. There's no reason why the bill needs to leave the way it came. Yes, we cannot give power without checks and balances. If there needs to be additional oversight for the persons who have these powers, if we need to strengthen the provisions in the legislation to ensure that there's appropriate check so that you don't have a rogue commissioner, a rogue deputy commissioner, a rogue superintendent, a rogue inspector, a rogue constable, whoever it is, decide that they can abuse a member of the public. I don't want that, and I know no one here wants that. But we are intelligent enough to be able to do it. We are smart enough. We have people in here, including the speaker who is a lawyer. So, Madam Speaker, let's do the responsible thing. Consider these provisions carefully. Have whatever discussion we need to have in the committee stage. But let's be ever mindful of what it is we are seeking to achieve, which is a safer Virgin Islands. That is what we're seeking to achieve. We're seeking to achieve a Virgin Islands where none of us have to live in fear, where we don't have to be fearful of receiving a call, that terrible unwanted call, that something happened to someone we love. Let us do the responsible thing, Madam Speaker. If we need to make some amendments in committee, let us do this. But doing nothing is not an option. We have to do something, Madam Speaker, to curtail, to arrest, to prevent this scourge on our society called crime. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second, and if you have no objections, I would keep standing while I make my contribution, or do I have to sit down and get back up? It's a little difficult for me to get up. Continue? Madam Speaker, there's no question that the Premier has just made some excellent points, valid points, points that will touch the heart of a lion. I'm not claiming to be any lion here, Madam Speaker, but one of the points he mentioned, Madam Speaker, is he raised the issue of persons who have been victims of crimes. And he mentioned Miss Pickering, and he talked about her being a friend, her being the friend, the wife of his friend and the mother of his friend. I can't let that go by without saying that her mother and her grandmother was my neighbor until they passed. She herself was almost likely to have been born as a neighbor to me. And she would have been a constituent of the member for the 6th. Being that she grew up in Bellevue, or born in Bellevue, and lived in Barbara's Bay. So, Madam Speaker, these issues regarding the matter before us, in order for the Director of Public Prosecutions and the police to gather evidence and bring success and convictions, are nothing that any of us, I believe, in this House are shying away from. And another point the Premier made is that the bill that's before us came in a certain form. And giving our intelligence in this House, there's absolutely no need for it to go back the way it came. We've proven that. I want to give, Madam Speaker, as I speak, kudos to the members of this House for the work they've done. The evidence is there. By being judicious and diligent as far as their work as legislators are concerned when it came to bills being brought before this House and us doing our jobs in the form of public service management bill that came before us, where anyone would tell you that the members of this House referred to the Constitution of the land and made sure that when the bill left here, it conformed to the Constitution. Totally different from the way it came in. This bill is something like 17 pages long, something like that. No. Yeah, 17 pages long. Very small. Kind of heavy. I remember at the end of the fourth House of Assembly, Madam Speaker, this bill came before us at the end. And as the Premier said, it died a quick death. He said, quick or slow? Quick, it died a death. And rightfully so, because the problems were there before us and we couldn't afford for it to leave the way it came. The members of that House of Assembly, Madam Speaker, were not the same as the members of this House. They were equally smart. But I put my bet on this House as far as the intelligence of members are concerned, that they will do what is necessary to have this bill fixed. Madam Speaker, I am one of those who are troubled by the bill in the form in which it is before us. I am troubled. But like I said, Madam Speaker, I am confident that members of this House will work to ensure that when it leaves the way we want it to be. Madam Speaker, I want to just refer to the Constitution. Section 35 of the Constitution says, there shall be a governor of the Virgin Islands who shall be appointed by His Majesty by commission under his sign, manual, and signet, and shall hold office during His Majesty's pleasure. 2, the governor shall have such powers and duties as are conferred or imposed on him or her by this Constitution or any other law. I want to point out, Madam Speaker, there's nothing that this House can do. We have a responsibility for checks and balances on the executive. There's nothing that this House can do about the powers that's conferred upon the governor by the Constitution. But they certainly can do something about the powers conferred on him by law, except that that law is imperial law, which we haven't seen any in a long time. I don't expect to see any more. By law, those that are conferred upon him by law has to come through this House. And if members don't want him to have those powers by law, then you fix the law or you don't let the law leave here. If it leaves here and he doesn't want to assent to it, that's another problem, another situation. But this is one such situation, Madam Speaker, where the powers that are inscribed here on this bill, asking us for passage, you don't have to pass it. Certainly not in the way it is right now. So let's spend some time. This is the first sitting of the second session of the 5th House of Assembly, meaning that there are a lot of sittings to go. At least 12 months worth of sittings. Well, maximum 12 months worth of sittings. We got time. So let's try to work on this and see how we can fix it. Madam Speaker, I'm looking at the bill itself now. It's talking about, in 35B, it talks about witness statements. 35B2 says, witness statements shall be recorded in a manner that ensures the accuracy and integrity of the evidence, including audio or video recording where possible. Madam Speaker, then it goes, and if I go to 35C, 5, it says where it is not reasonably practicable to record an interview by video recording or audio recording pursuant to subsection 2 and 4. The investigating officer shall record in the custody record of the suspect the reason the interview could not be recorded by video recording or audio recording. You see, Madam Speaker, this kind of gibberish and double talk we cannot tolerate. You can't tell someone that they must do something. Before you come in the gate, you must signal the gate man, and he must give you a signal to come in. But you deliberately did not signal the gate man. You deliberately didn't wait for a signal to come in. You came in, and after you got inside, you're now telling me, well, if all that didn't happen, it's okay. So you think I'm going to waste my time waiting to signal the gate man and wait for him to give me a signal if I know that if I get in, there's no penalty? So, Madam Speaker, we have to be alert. We have to make sure that when things come before us, we're not taken for granted. And this is one such thing. This is only one I'm pointing out for now. I think, Madam Speaker, before a witness, and everyone is a suspect. You told me that I'm a witness and you asked me for a statement. Witnesses has to be careful to make sure that when they're giving statements, they're not a party to whatever this incident is. So, should a witness be given the opportunity to give consent to giving statements or making statements? The police just walk up to the person and says, you are witness to something that took place, we'd like to have a statement from you, and the person doesn't know to just give a statement. I have a problem with something like that, Madam Speaker. And those are the kind of things that I wish to point out. And I wish to make clear that in making this bill a law, we get the opportunity to do exactly what the Premier said. It doesn't have to go back the way it came. We have an opportunity to fix things. Madam Speaker, 35B5. It says the governor may make regulations prescribing the procedures. A, the taking, handling, and storage of witness statements. B, the training of police officers in the procedures under paragraph A. And C, such other matters as are necessary or expedient to give effect to this section. Madam Speaker, the governor may make regulations. Members of this House should know, as I pointed out just a few seconds ago, that this is a law. This is one that gives the governor his marching orders, and it comes from us. But you can't just have the governor make regulations and that's it. You should ask for a positive resolution in this House. When I sat over there, things have changed. When I sat over there, I would get up and say to my colleagues over here, why did you bring this thing here? Didn't you read it? I mean, come on, guys. Now I'm over here, and I'm telling you plain up, straight up. You didn't read it. You brought it here. This is the place where you got to fix it. If you don't fix this, and everything else that comes here, it's on you. I'm telling you, now you know. Fix it here. Because these, you didn't see it. No. I honest, I ain't read it. No, I'm gonna read it. The whole, the table turned. It turned completely. From the time I was a member of cabinet to the time I'm a member of cabinet now. Totally different ballgame. I blame Ronnie them for that. Yeah, it's not these guys. I blame those guys for it. So, Premier said it, I'm saying it. Fix this piece of legislation before it leaves here. It's going to come no matter what. But you can fix it. We can fix it. Madam Speaker, 35C, 5. Where it is not reasonably practicable to record an interview. Okay, I read that one before. 8. An investigating officer shall record in a witness statement any reason for the failure of complying with any provisions of this section. If you didn't comply with any provisions of this section, any section of this, the evidence is out. There should be no two ways about it. An investigating officer shall record in a witness statement any reason for the failure of complying with any provisions of this section. How could you fail to comply with a provision of any section and expect the evidence to be good? What are you taking us for? So we need to take our time and tighten up this thing. We need to take our time and tidy up this thing. The way it's coming here before us and expect it to just flow through is unreasonable if you're looking at 13 intelligent people. Especially the fact that some of us got PhDs and all that stuff. And some of us are lawyers. Evidence obtained in the course of an interview shall not be rendered inadmissible by reasons only of the fact that it has been recorded in one form and not another. We have to tell them straight up, evidence obtained must be recorded in two fashions. That's what we want. Don't say it because it was recorded in one form and not another, it's not admissible. So why ask for both? You either need it, you want it, or just ask for one. Again, all responsibility. 10. The governor may issue codes of practice under Section 28. What are these codes of practice? How are they different from regulations? We need to find out. Unless they are distinctly different, don't try to bamboozle us with gibberish. Is there a code of conduct different from the regulations? If they are, tell us, and why. Again, whatever they are, it should be brought before this honorable house for positive resolution. This law is made by us, and whoever is being governed by this law shall follow the laws that we write. A person who commits, I'll tell you where I'm at, 12, 35C12. A person who commits an offense under Section 11 is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $100,000 and to imprisonment for up to 5 years, or B, on conviction on indictment to a fine of $500,000 and to imprisonment of up to 10 years. Now, what is that conviction of Section 11? Any person who, without lawful authority, possesses, plays, or offers to supply a recording of an interview under this section to any person, or copies tampers with, modifies, erases, publishes, or dismantles or disseminates a recording of an interview under this section commits an offense. And that's the offense that the person is going to be liable for $100,000 fine or 5 years in prison, or upon conviction, $500,000 or 10 years. I fail to see the connection between these two, punishment and the alleged crime. Because I'm sure, Madam Speaker, that evidence is flying out there, collected evidence is flying out there every day. Like, you just probably don't see it in the blogs. You read the blogs, you don't know who they're talking about, what they're talking about, but those are dog whistles, people know what they're talking about. They send messages to those blogs. And that's another thing, when we get to that cybercrime bill, Madam Speaker, we collectively has to remember that we have to tie that up. I don't believe that that punishment that's described here is commensurate with that little crime that they're talking about. 13, Madam Speaker, the governor in consultation with the commissioner and the director of public prosecution may make regulations respecting the procedure to be followed, the type of equipment to be used, and the arrangements to be made where a person is to use any audio or video recording medium. Madam Speaker, I have a question regarding this. I want to know where it talks about the governor in consultation with the commissioner and the director of public prosecution. Where does the director of public prosecution fit in to making laws or advising on the making of laws? I see it this way, Madam Speaker, that the director of public prosecution is the government's prosecutor. And the person who is on trial would have their own defense attorney. They have their own defense attorney. Where does that defense attorney get a chance to talk to the governor about these things? Where's the equity, Madam Speaker? I personally don't see where the director of public prosecution fit in as far as the making of law is concerned. If somebody needs to enlighten me about what takes place internationally, around the world, around the globe, and convince me that there is a role. I thought the police is the one who gather evidence. I didn't know it was the director of public prosecution, but I don't know what obtains here. Again, the procedures to be followed for the type of equipment to be used and the arrangements to be made where a person is to use any audio or video recording medium. The types of photographs, screens, and support devices, form to be provided are submitted for the purposes of part and for such other matters as are necessary or expedient for giving effect to this section. Again, Madam Speaker, I emphasize these regulations, again, must be subjected to a positive resolution. Controlled delivery. This is something that we need to take note of, Madam Speaker. Controlled delivery means the technique of allowing illicit or suspect consignments to pass out of, through, or into the territory of one or more states with the knowledge and under the supervision of their competent authorities with a view to the investigation of an offense and the identification of persons involved in the commission of the offense. Madam Speaker, the short question I have, isn't this something, wouldn't you call this illegal entrapment? What do you call something like that, Madam Speaker? I thought that I put that police officer out there to prevent crime. I didn't tell him sit under the tree and hide behind the drum and wait till the crime is committed and then you show yourself. I told you to stand there to make sure that these people know that you're there. There's crime prevention, Madam Speaker. That's why we say when you put up the cameras, you have to put up a sign. This guy wouldn't normally take a leak under the tree, Madam Speaker. If you know he's being watched, he wouldn't do it. So you tell him, oh, no, you shouldn't have done that. This is indecent exposure. It's all kinds of things. So, and don't get me wrong, Premier. My views regarding people who do things that are illegal, this should be, of course, apprehended and, if necessary, punished. But I don't believe that we should get involved in entrapment. Don't believe we should be party to that. That's what I see that to be. The monitoring or recording of activities by electronic means for the purposes of investigating a serious offense that has been, is being, or may be committed. See, electronic surveillance, that's what electronic surveillance means. Electronic surveillance means A, the monitoring, interception, copying, or acquisition of messages, data, or signal transmission by electronic means, or B, the monitoring or recording of activities by electronic means for the purposes of investigating a serious offense that has been, is being, or may be committed. Now, I have a problem, Madam Speaker, with, I don't have a problem with is being. I have a problem with, I don't have a problem with has been either. But I have a problem or may be committed. Or may be committed. Electronic surveillance. I think we have to be careful, Madam Speaker, again, with this electronic surveillance that we're talking about. Like I spend some time going to visit someone. And I want to make it clear, Madam Speaker, when I say I don't mean me personally. Because I don't want to see that nonsense out there written that Fraser was there and so happened. You know, we live in a society where people have no discretion. But I spent some time going to see the at-large member. And while I'm waiting outside, I'm there walking around the yard. I see someone coming, I stand up and I hail that person, or stop the person and hail them. When I finally got into his office, I see he has this board on the wall of every angle around his office. Electronic shots, watching people, every move they make. Is that shouldn't something like that be illegal, Madam Speaker? I have a problem with that. So this is what they're talking about, this electronic surveillance, Madam Speaker. I sympathize with the police, and I don't know if I sympathize with them. The police want to stay in his office and know what's going on down by the fire station, when he's supposed to be out there driving around patrolling. And I have a problem, Madam Speaker. I remember, Madam Speaker, walking the streets of New York, and it could be any hour of night, and you do walk the streets any hour of night. Sometimes by choice, sometimes without choice. It could be 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. You walk 5 blocks, you're scared as the devil, and up comes a police patrol. You start feeling a sense of confidence, Madam Speaker. The police pass by. And then you walk another 5 blocks, you start feeling a little nervous. Then you see a police officer pass by, you start feeling good again. That's how you prevent crime. A lot of crimes get prevented because of the presence of the police. This relying on electronic surveillance, Madam Speaker. Well, I need to see where this electronic surveillance is so that I would know, or the person would know. They're safe, they're being watched, or the person would know not to commit a crime because they're being watched. But none of that is happening. You got a surveillance. You're going to wait till the guy commit the crime, then you go grab him. You could have prevented it. So when we talk about electronic surveillance, let's talk about how we're going to display this surveillance. Madam Speaker. And those are the kind of things that they don't have in the bill, the draft bill. It's our responsibility to make sure that it goes in. Investigating authority, Madam Speaker, means a police officer or other law enforcement officer who have been given authorization to carry out a special investigation or investigative technique under this part in writing by the commissioner. Now, law enforcement officer means, remember it says investigating authority means a police officer or other law enforcement officer. A law enforcement officer means A, a member of the police force. The force means, I guess that's police force. B, an officer of the Customs Department. C, an officer of the Immigration Department. D, an officer of the Financial Investigating Agency. Or E, any other person authorized under any law to perform functions related to the enforcement of criminal law or the investigation, prevention, detection, or prosecution of a criminal offense. My only question about all these people, Madam Speaker, is the commissioner going to give them authorization? He's going to give authorization to a customs officer, an immigration officer? How does that work? The commissioner, that means the commissioner of police. We're going to give these people authorization in writing. Someone needs to explain that, Madam Speaker. In the definition, Madam Speaker, it says serious offense. Serious offense means an offense for which the penalty includes imprisonment for a term of more than 1 year. Seriously, Madam Speaker? 1 year penalty is considered a serious offense? Madam Speaker, it doesn't. You walking down the street and you crack a guy a clout, that's a year. You call that a serious offense? You don't know what the guy said to you when you pass it. You pass by the guy and he says something to you, you just turn around, crack him a clout. 1 year in prison. You call that a serious offense? You're making a mockery of a real serious offense, Madam Speaker. Are you trying to use that terminology to pick up everybody on the street? Covert operation, Madam Speaker, definition, means the technique whereby a law enforcement officer or an individual acting under the direction of a law enforcement authority assumes a covert or false identity to obtain evidence or information regarding suspected criminal activities. Speaker, again, these are the things that, you see, if you can categorize a certain people, a group of persons, as criminals, and you're correct in labeling them as criminals, I have no problems with this definition. But Madam Speaker, this definition speaks to every man, woman, and child walking the street. The technique whereby a law enforcement officer or an individual acting under the direction of a law enforcement authority assumes a covert or false identity. You could use it against me. Covert or false identity. You could use it against you. If you got to use a covert or false identity to catch a criminal, that's a form of entrapment, Madam Speaker. You know, they put these federal agents on the aircraft. And then the hijacker go ahead and do what he intended to do. If that guy was wearing a uniform, he wouldn't have done it. So you wait until, you know, I really don't understand the techniques. And then they call themselves brilliant. They call themselves detective. They call themselves this and that. I don't know, man. I didn't sign up for this. Be a party to this. I mean, it's almost like calling me down to your office and telling me, just, I did this, sign off on it for me. Man, you serious? No. For the purposes of the definition of controlled delivery, come back to that. A reference to illicit or suspect consignment includes consignment of narcotic drugs, currency, firearms, ammunition, explosives, and other related materials. And B, a reference to a designated competent authority means the authorizing authority or the investigating authority. Remember, Madam Speaker, when I spoke earlier about controlled delivery? You see the kind of things that they could deliver under control? Narcotic drugs, currency, firearms, ammunition, explosives, and other related materials. Now, you're telling me that the commissioner can give authority to an officer to go undercover, walk by skeleton, quarry, get some explosives, put it in a bag, carry some dummies on the board. They didn't define what kind of explosive they're talking about, where they're getting it from or who he is. That's what it says. Explosives. Could also bag up some drugs. Don't pack with pan, say you're going to send damage with it in many weeks. Let me catch it, throw it overboard. These are extremes, Madam Speaker, but I have the right to say it because it's possible. Not because it's extreme, it's not possible. But then again, we will be party to it because we're making the law that makes it possible to happen. And when I say this, I'm talking to the opposition really because they're the ones who have to make this thing happen. B, a reference to a designated competent authority means the authorizing authority or the investigating authority. Authorization for controlled delivery. See how the authorization for controlled delivery comes in now. A controlled delivery is lawful only if it has been authorized in accordance with this part. This is how a controlled delivery takes place. And now you know what the controlled substances are. 2, the authorizing authority may, on an application by a senior police officer, give written authorization for. See, just a senior police officer has to make the request for an authorized delivery. A controlled delivery to be carried out, and B, specified persons or classes of persons to carry out or participate in the controlled delivery. All these things that the Premier spoke about do exist. They exist. The question I have is, how do you go about apprehending the persons who commit these offenses? I do not believe in entrapment. And I see a lot of that in this bill. And I think that anytime you're talking about concealing your identity, undercover and all that kind of stuff, these surveillance, electronic surveillance and what have you, going down a dark road that I don't intend to follow you. Madam Speaker. Conditions for authorizing a controlled delivery, Madam Speaker. 38C. The authorizing authority shall not approve an application for a controlled delivery unless satisfied on reasonable grounds that A, a serious offense has been, is being, or is highly likely to be committed. You see, the minds of these people, I wonder if we should be entertaining the way they think. You hear that, Madam Speaker? Is highly likely to be committed. Why wait for it to be committed? Why not stop it? So you're gonna do a controlled delivery to have it carried out. What was that bomber in Kansas City? The Kansas City bomber? Blew up that building in Kansas City? You think they waited? You think that was a controlled delivery? They waited to see it happen? And after it happened, they just swoop in and say, oh, we got the guy who did it? Or they could have stopped it. I don't understand, Madam Speaker, the mentality. The road that they're asking me to go down. I believe in prevention, Madam Speaker. B, the nature and extent of the suspected criminal activity are such as to justify the conduct of the controlled delivery. C, an unlawful activity will be limited to the minimum necessary to achieve the objectives of the controlled delivery. D, the controlled delivery will be conducted in a way that ensures that, to the greatest extent possible, any illicit goods involved in the controlled delivery will be under the control of a law enforcement officer at the end of the controlled delivery. Any illicit goods involved in the controlled delivery will be under the control of a law enforcement officer at the end of the controlled delivery. Madam Speaker, I know that there was a day, I've been sitting here for some years now, I know there was a day when this bill would walk in here and walk out. I hope this isn't one of those days. E, the controlled delivery will not be conducted in such a way that a person is likely to be induced to commit an offense that the person would otherwise not have intended to commit. Well, whoop-de-doo, Madam Speaker. All the time I was thinking that this is exactly the guy they were trying to catch. Poor guy who wouldn't do whatever he did under the tree if he knew that he was being watched. I thought this is the guy they were trying to catch. Poor fellow. Determination of applications, Madam Speaker. After considering an application, the authorizing officer may authorize the controlled delivery, subject to any conditions which the authorizing authority may consider appropriate, including as to the type and extent of substitution of the consignment. The authorizing authority. This is a term that comes up frequently, Madam Speaker. 2, the authorizing authority shall keep a written record of the application and the subsequent decision made under subsection 1. Again, term authorizing authority. Revocation and cancellation of authorization. The authorizing authority may revoke an authorization granted under section 38B. My gut is telling me, Madam Speaker, that this authorizing authority is the person who the commissioner of police or the agency such as immigration, customs, to make such authority possible. The treatment of item post operation, Madam Speaker, 38F. Any item imported into the territory in the course of an approved covert operation or controlled delivery, when no longer required for the purpose of the due enforcement of this act, shall be dealt with as prohibited and illegal items as prescribed under the law of the territory. Should this stuff be destroyed, Madam Speaker? Or will it be kept as potential evidence for future crimes or involvement in crime? Because it says, any item imported into the territory in the course of an approved covert operation or controlled delivery, when no longer required for the purposes of the due enforcement of this act, shall be dealt with as prohibited and illicit or illegal items under the laws of the territory. I think a little more explanation to that would help, Madam Speaker. 38G, the Commissioner, in consultation with the Attorney General, may enter into agreement or arrangement with the law enforcement agencies of other jurisdictions or international organizations for the purposes of conducting controlled deliveries. Madam Speaker, I think that if this is to happen, I think the governor should be involved. I don't think that the Commissioner and the Attorney General satisfies me. This is a little high stake here, something I don't believe in to begin with. Covert operations, authorizations of covert operations. The authorizing authority may authorize covert operations for the purposes of gathering evidence of serious criminal behavior, or B, the prevention, detection, or investigation of an offense related to money laundering, terrorist financing, or other financial crimes. Madam Speaker, this is page 7, and we got a lot of space, we got a lot of paper. I think these other financial crimes should be listed just as terrorism financing is listed and money laundering. We got time, we got space. List them. This be all and catch all thing, I don't think that it serves any of us. Two, an authorization under subsection 1 shall not be given unless authorizing authority, A, has reasonable grounds to suspect that persons, whether known or unknown, are engaging or are about to engage in serious criminal behavior of the kind to which the proposed covert operation relates. Again, serious criminal behavior, Madam Speaker. Does this 1 year imprisonment or couple $1,000, it was $10,000, rise to the level of serious criminal behavior? Serious criminal behavior shows up again and again. B of the same section, Madam Speaker, says it satisfies on reasonable grounds that the proposed covert operations are properly designed to provide persons engaging or about to engage in serious criminal behavior in an opportunity to manifest that behavior. See? Give them an opportunity to manifest that behavior or to provide other evidence of that behavior. Again, I go back to this whole thing, Madam Speaker. Why not prevent it from happening? You're going to give them an opportunity to manifest the behavior or provide evidence of that behavior without undue risk that persons without a predisposition to serious criminal behavior will be induced to engage in such behavior that they would otherwise have avoided. You can call it what you want, Madam Speaker. I see it as one thing and one thing only. It's a form of entrapment that this House should not be involved in. I think we are capable of making any law to do anything that is right without having to involve ourselves in this kind of behavior. If it is that the police force needs manpower, I've sat here long enough and heard many times where the police need resources, and no government that I've sat in this House with denied it. As a matter of fact, at one time, one governor got overly ambitious and he went into the treasury himself, took out money for whatever. And at the same time, the sitting premier, he wasn't either properly advised or he never denied them any resources that they needed. So the point I'm making there, Madam Speaker, is if resources is a problem, just ask for it. If you need more manpower, it's available. Don't have to resort to this kind of behavior. And then here we go. Protection from liability. You know it was coming, right? 38L. Notwithstanding any other law, an authorized person who engages in conduct authorized under this part shall not be subject to criminal or civil liability for that conduct, even if such participation would, but for this part, constitute an offense. See? Somebody know what I'm talking about. A little fishy, they could be challenged. So here they go. Here they go. Indemnification. And they're asking us to write this law. Which genius in this House came up with this? Which of the 13 of you came up with this? Tell me. Which one of you are going to come up with this? But you're going to make it, right? You're so bright. But none of you came up with it. 2. Subsection 1 shall apply retrospectively. Now, we had a little session in here in the term. What was that term? Ah, there you go, Lake. Term retroactive came up. You're not going to see it in here, but they got retrospective. Now, none of you are supposed to be smart enough to know that they're one and all the same. None of you, especially you in the opposition. Friends. And after I left over there, yeah. So anyhow, back the subject to subsection 1 shall apply retrospectively to any participant in a covert operation or controlled delivery conducted prior to the commencement of this part, provided that the requirements of A, section 38C, in the case of a controlled delivery, B, subsection 38H2, in the case of a covert operation, or C, section 38I, in the case of electronic surveillance, could have been met had they been enforced at the time. What do you call this piece of legislation? When you make a piece of legislation with language like this, what do you call that? Can you make a law looking back? What do you call it? No, that's not grandfather. There's another word for it. Not retrospective. Retroactive legislation. Can you really do that? Can you really do that? If that's the case, then every man on trial will go to jail. We'll make a law to make sure that whatever argument his attorney put up in court, we'll go right wrong like that. Man, if you want to catch a criminal, the criminals are not idiots. They know that there's no law against jumping over a 10-foot fence. So you jump over the 10-foot fence. And how are you going to make a law now saying if you jump over a fence at more than 8 feet tall, you go to jail? Again, I'll go to regulations, Madam Speaker, 38N. Regulations for special investigative techniques. The governor may make regulations to provide for A, the procedures governing controlled deliveries, covert operations, and electronic surveillance. B, the handling, storage, and use of data obtained through the special investigative techniques referred to in paragraph A, including measures to ensure the security of information disclosed by or to the investigatory authority. C, the training and certification of personnel involved in the activities referred to in paragraph A. And D, the oversight and reporting mechanisms to ensure the proper conduct of activities referred to in paragraph A. And E, any other matter necessary or expedient to give effect to the purposes of this part. These regulations, Madam Speaker, should be subjected to a positive resolution in this House. Madam Speaker, I came to Tortola in 1992. And upon coming here, no. I'll tell you what I did. I came here in 1992. And upon arriving here, Madam Speaker, I was invited to a meeting at the BVI High School, my alma mater. And when I got there, Madam Speaker, what I saw, I was shocked. Because every window had bars on it. Had the burglar bars, they call them on it. And I said to myself, what the? Not that old. Are you serious? Seriously? And when I told people about it, they're like, so what do you think? It's like we have arrived. Crime is something that we got now. We got crime. I said, before they nip this in the, you know what? They're putting up burglar bars. You telling me that they didn't know who the 3 or 4 guys who were breaking into those places? No. They're creating an entire industry. Every welding shop you go by, they were making burglar bars. So you glorify it back then. Now you're paying the consequences. A guy told me, I was walking the street. I'm a registered architect, professional. I'm walking the street, a guy tell me, see, he laughing at me. Every little boy you see, they got more money on you. He thought it was a joke. Not me, he thought it was a joke. You're glorifying this behavior. Here you are now, trying to clean it up. Look how you're trying to clean it up. Asking me to do something that I totally, I believe in human rights. I believe in the rights of the individual. I don't believe in infringing upon people's human rights. Entrapment is one such thing. I don't believe in it. I submit to you, Madam Speaker, that the police department in this country know every criminal. They're even trying to turn some of us into criminals. They know who they are. They know where to hang out. They know where to live. They're looking for an easy ride. This easy ride that they're looking for is for us to make legislation that would have the guy end up walking into the police station with his hand behind the back, like, say, you got me. If we write this law, the guy has no choice. Because he could be in church, kneeling at the communion rail. Before he get the bread, they're going to grab him. They got you. It's in here. But the Premier has said, we have the opportunity to make sure that the Bill of Rights that's enshrined in our Constitution is upheld. I think that we have the intelligence in this House among us to see to that happening. I am sure that after we were finished with those bills that came before us, the marathon that we went through, writing bills and not writing, fixing bills to turn them into law, that we are 99.9% confident that we did the right thing, and 99.9% comfortable that those bills are for the betterment of the territory. This bill should be no different when we are done with it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Members, the floor is open for debate. I recognize the member for the 6th District, Honorable Myron Walwin.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words on the bill before us. Madam Speaker, I must tell you that I'm a little confused now in relation to the reason for bringing this bill. I know when you read a bill, you have what you call the objects and the reasons. That tells you why the bill is being brought. It is also very important to have the objects and reasons because sometimes in legislation, when you're trying to interpret the bill, there might be some ambiguity, talking 3-4 years down the road. And sometimes whether it is the judge, whether it is defense counsel, whether it's prosecution, want to be able to make arguments to interpret what the intention of Parliament was at the material time. They go to the objects and reasons of the bill to assist with the interpretation. I am utterly confused. And I am even more suspicious now after hearing the presentation by the Premier. If you read the first paragraph of the objects and reasons, it says the Police Amendment Bill 2024 seeks to amend the Police Act, revised edition 2013, the Principal Act, to rectify certain deficiencies identified in the fourth round mutual evaluation report of the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force regarding the Virgin Islands. This legislation addresses directly the shortcomings highlighted on the Financial Action Task Force's Recommendation 31, including the need for statutory provisions for special investigative techniques, particularly witness statements, covert operations, and controlled deliveries. The bill, therefore, aims to align the jurisdiction's legal framework with international standards by addressing identified gaps, enhancing law enforcement effectiveness in investigating and prosecuting serious crimes, while safeguarding individual rights and ensuring necessary oversight and accountability. If you are saying that this came from the Caribbean Action Task Force, largely surrounding our financial services sector, the discussion and the areas that the Premier went into are diametrically opposed to the objects and reasons of the bill. So it raises questions as to what really the concern is, because the Premier went into areas of homicide and different things, all of a local nature. All of a local nature, so it tells you something different. I also want to clear something up, that nobody is against the bill. And I think the impression that was being given by the Premier is a wrong impression. And you really should apologize for it, because nobody has indicated that they are against the bill. Nobody indicated anything about afraid of the United Kingdom. Nobody indicated those things. If those are your views and you're afraid to say them, don't try to pass them off on anybody else. I believe they are your views, and you're deflecting them, but those are not the views of anybody, I believe, on the opposition, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, I want to make it lucidly clear that criminal activity has no place in this Virgin Islands. And we should all show our absolute contempt for any sort of criminal activity. Madam Speaker, but when you look at the bill, you have to always bear in mind balance, proportionality, justifiable reasons for what you do, to make sure that the appropriate checks and balances are in place. You shouldn't only just be concerned with catching people who may have done something wrong, who need to be caught. You have to also be concerned about innocent persons who could be affected if the appropriate checks and balances are not in place. And as I go through the bill, Madam Speaker, I'm going to show you convincingly how woefully inadequate this bill is as it relates, Madam Speaker, to the various protections. But I want to start off first by raising some preliminary concerns. When you look, for instance, Madam Speaker, at Section 35B and C, that deals with matters of evidence in criminal prosecution, it is basically putting on statutory footing things that already effectively happens right now. You take your witness statements, you have your audio, your video, you do all of that stuff, right? But Madam Speaker, we have something that is called the Evidence Act. We have something called the Evidence Act. The Evidence Act is intended to be a complete code on matters of evidence. That is what the Evidence Act is for. And when you split up the code in this way, this bifurcation, I would call it, you create doubt and you create litigation. 35A and B should have been properly placed in the Evidence Act and not in this piece of legislation. I heard the Deputy Premier, and he tells the truth, that they didn't read the bill. And Madam Speaker, I know they didn't read them, because we've been complaining about them not reading the bills all the time. But if it was one bill you were supposed to read, it would have been this one. Because if you don't go through it properly, if you don't raise the concerns, Madam Speaker, you put the very citizens who elected you to represent their interests in harm's way. Now, if you go to, for instance, 35C13, it says the governor, in consultation with the commissioner and the director of public prosecutions, may make regulations respecting A, the procedure to be followed, the type of equipment to be used, and the arrangements to be made where a person is to use any audio or video recording medium. The governor, the commissioner, and the director of public prosecutions, doing this. The types of photographs, screens, and support devices. Forms to be provided or submitted for the purposes of this part, and for such other matters as are necessary or expedient for giving effect to this section. Juxtapose this position, Madam Speaker, now with Schedule 3 of the Evidence Act. And I'll read out Section 3 of the Evidence Act. It deals, Madam Speaker, with the form of explanation in interviews. It tells you when, and this is for the person who is being interviewed. When you are interviewed by Dash, I made a record in writing of what you said and what was said to you in the interview. I made the record at the time of the interview. As soon as practicable after the review, it is in English language that was used in the interview. I am now going to read to you in whatever language that you use in the interview. You can interrupt me at any time, blah, 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 and it goes on. This is what Schedule 3 says, which is ostensibly what you're giving to the commissioner and the director of public prosecution and the governor to do. But if you go on, Madam Speaker, and you also look at 84.8 of the Evidence Act, it says the Executive Council may, by order published in the Gazette, amend Schedule 3. So all you had to do, essentially, was go to Cabinet and amend Schedule 3 to include the things here that you want to amend in the Evidence Act. There was no need. What you're going to do is create problems. The very same thing that the AG chambers have been trying to do for years. Bring all the laws in the one area so you don't have them scattered all over the place. You're doing the same thing over again by putting this thing with evidence in the wrong place. That is the first error, Madam Speaker, that I've noticed with this. Now, when you look, Madam Speaker, at Part 3A of the bill, special investigative techniques, 35A down to 35N of the bill. And I'm going through some of them at the appropriate time. the provisions do not, Madam Speaker, sufficiently secure the fundamental rights to privacy of the people of the Virgin Islands. It doesn't do it. If you go, Madam Speaker, to that section of the Constitution, that the Premier read out a portion of it, Section 19, the protection of private and family life and privacy of home and other property. Every person has the right to respect for his or her private and family life, his or her home or her correspondence, including business and professional communications, except with his or her own consent. No person shall be subjected to the search of his or her property, personal property, or the entry by others on the premises. And it goes on, Madam Speaker, to give you the various safeguards under which you can interfere. Because the rights to privacy is not an absolute right, it's a qualified right. And so it speaks about interests of defense, public safety, and other things. So the Constitution itself recognizes the fact that you have to have the appropriate mechanisms and safeguards in place when you are interfering with the fundamental rights and freedoms of citizens. And when you look at this act, Madam Speaker, there are not sufficient safeguards and controls in this. If you go to 38H, for instance, Madam Speaker, bear with me because I'm going to be referring to some notes from time to time. 38H speaks about authorization of covert operations. It says, and it raises a question as to what is meant by covert operations. What exactly do you mean by that? We know, yes, the ordinary meaning, covert, you're doing something and nobody knows that you're doing to them at the time. But what does it mean in the context, Madam Speaker, of this act? And it says, the authorizing authority may authorize covert operations for the purpose of A, gathering evidence of serious criminal behavior, B, the prevention, detection, or investigation of an offense related to money laundering, terrorist financing, or other financial crimes. And then it goes on to give you some other things which I will deal with at the appropriate time. I went and I looked for covert operations because the reason why they needed to read this bill was because if they read the bill, Madam Speaker, and did the appropriate research, juxtapose this bill with its sister bill in the UK, you would have seen how woefully inadequate the protections are in this bill vis-a-vis the bill in the UK. When you go and you look at covert operation, you look at a variety of things. Interception of communication. What that mean? Wiretapping and reading post. Use of communication data. Information about a communication, but not the content of that communication. Directed surveillance. Following people around the place. Human intelligence sources. Informers, undercover officers, intrusive surveillance, bugging people's houses and vehicles. That is the kind of thing you're talking about when you speak about covert operation. Those are serious intrusions, serious incursions on people's privacy. And yes, you want to solve crime, I understand that. And this is nothing new in other parts of the world. But other parts of the world also have the appropriate safeguards in there to protect and prevent abuse. And then when you look, for instance, now at serious crime, so it says the authorizing authority may authorize covert operations for the purpose of A, gathering information of serious criminal behavior. If you go to the interpretation, it says serious criminal behavior means behavior involving the commission of a serious crime. You go to serious offense. You go to serious offense, it says serious offense means an offense for which the penalty includes imprisonment of a term of more than 1 year. Can you imagine that? So a summary offense, pick one. Pick one. Honorable Fraser says hit somebody a slap. Depending on what it is, you might go to jail for a year. Depending on what the legislation says. How does that constitute a serious offense for the purposes of having people under covert surveillance? Doesn't that tell you that something is wrong with that? A summary matter, not even an indictable matter, a summary one. How could that make sense to anybody with sense? But then when you go now, because of the UK, and I'll come to it, they have a law called the Regulation of Investigative Powers Act, which is a counterpart to some of the things that are here. If you go and you read section 263 of it, they have a different definition. So the same people who tell you to bring this thing to the house, bring it, them fully well know that the laws that they have are different from what they're bringing to you. That's why you have to read the bill. So you could say, no, I cannot bring this because you're going to visit problems on my people. Section 263 says a serious offense, and this is a UK counterpart. A serious offense is one where the conduct involves the use of violence, results in substantial financial gain, or is by a large number of persons in pursuit of a common purpose. Violence, huge financial gain. Those are things that carry a long time in terms of imprisonment. But here it is now in our local legislation, you just simply say 1 year and that constitutes a serious crime. And we don't see, Madam Speaker, a problem with that. And then when you look, Madam Speaker, at (38H), I read that. If you go, Madam Speaker, now, to the interpretation of authorizing authority. That's on page 4 of the bill, which is another concern. Authorizing authority means a commissioner or a senior police officer designated as such. With all due respect, Madam Speaker, the Commissioner of Police and the Superintendent of Police cannot be the authorizing authority. It's just wrong. The police are the very ones carrying out the surveillance and carrying out the work. How can the person who is responsible for catching the criminals be the same person authorizing the operations? How? And that doesn't happen anywhere. I'll explain to you later on how it operates. It raises the question, I don't know how many of y'all are connoisseurs of Calypso. But when I read it, it reminded me of a song by a guy named King Austin. Who gonna guard the guards? Because if you have the police carrying out these operations, how can you have the commissioner of police being the authorizing authority? What sort of protection for human rights would there be? I'm not saying that the person in the position will be dishonest, but the appearance of it, it's wrong. You can't have that. And then, Madam Speaker, when you look, for instance, now at the electronic surveillance, I think it starts on page 9, Division 4. It says, electronic surveillance is only lawful if it has been authorized in accordance with this section. Subject to section 3838J, the electronic surveillance of persons may be authorized by the commissioner or deputy commissioner. In this section, referred to as the authorizing authority on application by a police officer of rank of inspector or above. An application to conduct electronic surveillance shall be submitted in writing or by such means as may be prescribed. The authorizing authority shall keep a written record of the application and the subsequent decision made under subsection 3. And then it says the application for authorization for electronic surveillance shall specify XYZ. If you go now, Madam Speaker, to 38J, the authorizing authority being the Deputy Commissioner of Police. They're giving him the authority under 38.1, under 38I. But then when you go to 38J, requirement for warrant for use of electronic surveillance. What are you saying really? You have two different regimes in the same bill. You are having the authorizing authority being the commissioner or the deputy commissioner, and then you're still saying that the requirement, the police officer authorized under section 3838I may, not shall, may apply to the magistrate or judge of the High Court to issue the warrant authorizing the use of electronic surveillance. So which one is it? Is it that the authorizing authority would allow you to just go ahead and do what you want? Or you have to end up actually go to a magistrate or a judge to get the warrant to do it? Which one is it? And you're saying that the police officer may, meaning once he gets his marching orders from the authorizing authority, who is his boss, he don't have to go to a judge or a magistrate to execute the warrant. But this is what this is saying. This is what this is saying. Then you look at 38. $38J3. That's on page 11. A warrant issued under subsection 2 may authorize one or more of the following: the use of electronic surveillance equipment by the police for the purpose of listening to or recording words spoken by or to any person while the person is in the vicinity of the item or person. And look at B. The entry onto premises by the police for the purposes of installing the electronic surveillance device or a part of the electronic surveillance device in or on the item on premises. Can you imagine? So the authorizing authority, who don't clearly, but based on this, don't have to study a magistrate or a judge, because this is what it says, can then go to your property when you're in home, because it's covert operations. They can't tell you to come in. They know you're going to work from 8 to 4, nobody in your house. They probably stake out to see when you're coming and when you're going. And then go in your house and put a device on your phone. Put a bug in your house. That's the BVI we want to live in? Without any safeguards at all, that can happen to any citizen? Because they believe that you're committing a serious offense, and the serious offense has to carry at least a year in prison? Is that the BVI we really want? So we are saying you want to capture criminals. We understand that. We all want to capture criminals. We don't want criminal activity in the country. But you see how innocent people can get caught up? You see how you can create criminals out of ordinary, decent people? I don't think, Madam Speaker, that is something that we want at all for people. And if you go to the evidentiary provisions, Madam Speaker, and you look at 38K, it says, notwithstanding the Evidence Act, number 15 of 2006, any evidence relating to the details as to how a special investigative technique was carried out shall be admissible in court. Go down to 36K2. Information contained in a communication retained in a foreign state. 38K2. Yes. Information contained in a communication retained in a foreign state in accordance with the law of that foreign state and certified by the judicial officer of that foreign state to have been so intercepted and retained shall be admissible as evidence in proceedings for prosecution of a serious offense. People have to be aware of this kind of stuff. And so as part of, when this bill is passed, if it's passed, I can't support it in its current form, I have to tell you that. If we make the requisite changes and put the various safeguards in place, absolutely yes. But as it stands now, I have a problem with it. It exposes our people too much. But there has to be an education element to the bill, because essentially what they're saying here, if you go overseas and they call or discuss, they have an arrangement with their counterpart somewhere in the world, and you're using the telephone in the hotel room, they can bug that phone, and the information that is gathered from the conversation and that phone could be used here against you in criminal proceedings. That's what this is saying. This is some serious stuff. And so when the Premier gets up on the high horse trying to make his emotional spiel, he tells me, the man, you read the bill. The man, he don't understand what it is he's doing here. He doesn't understand the implication of this. He does not, because he didn't take the time to read it. I said, he won't be talking the nonsense he's talking. I could say foolishness. Because that's what it is. When you're dealing with the lives of people, Madam Speaker, you have to pay attention. You have to pay attention, because there are some very, very serious implications. And then you go to 38L, protection from liability. Notwithstanding any other law, an authorized person who engages in conduct authorized under this part shall not be subject to criminal or civil liability for that conduct, even if such participation would, but for this part, constitute an offense. You understand what I just read? Notwithstanding any other law, an authorized person who engages in conduct authorized under this part shall not be subject to criminal or civil liability for that conduct, even if such participation would, but for this part, constitute an offense. So you go and you do something in a way that you should not do, which under normal circumstances would have been an offense. And the House of Assembly is being asked to overlook that in the interest of what you are doing. That is what the House of Assembly is for now. To make wrong right. That's what we're doing now. And then you look at subsection 2. Subsection 1 shall apply retrospectively to any participant in a covert operation or controlled delivery conduct prior to the commencement of this part, provided the requirements of Section 38C in the case of controlled delivery, Section 38H2 in the case of covert operations, or Section 338I in the case of surveillance, electronic surveillance, could have been met had they been in force at the time. So you go under covert operation, you break in people's house, you go put your bug there and listen to them conversation. You put your bug on their devices. You do all kind of things you ain't gonna call doing. Don't mind your trespass on the stolen property because they can't know you're there. Right? And then we in this House of Assembly now must say, never mind what you do, man. We're gonna forgive you for that. And we must pass the law to say that. That is wrong. That is wrong, and this House of Assembly cannot be seen to be doing that. If you want to utilize these forms of investigatory powers or whatever you want to call them, activities, wait until the House of Assembly says it's okay to do so. When we pass the law and say it's okay to do so, then it is okay to do so. The job of this House of Assembly is to make and pass laws. It's not to clean up anything that you would have done that was wrong before. We can't be seen, Madam Speaker, to be doing those things. And then you run the risk of an offense being committed a while back, and you're waiting now for us to be able to say, you can go ahead and do it. And that way now, certain things can happen. I understand the objective, but you have to do, Madam Speaker, things in the right way. Now, Madam Speaker, this bill is, as I said, is devoid of structure and the proper procedures, Madam Speaker, in terms of protection of human rights. The UK, Madam Speaker, has what they call the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act. The acronym is RIPA, 2000. And it was brought into force under Tony Blair. That's when the internet, back in the 2000s, when the internet was coming around and people didn't know how to react to certain things. And the UK's response was to bring RIPA into effect. They have a new act now they call Investigatory Powers Act of 2016. And Madam Speaker, to show you how I want to juxtapose it with that, because our human rights section, the right to privacy, is replicated from the Human Rights Act of 1998. Same provisions, same jurisprudence. The protection that they have in the UK, ours cannot be any less than what they have. We are people too, we are human beings too. We have the same fundamental rights and freedom as they have. And so the regime for the protection of our human rights must be the same as what they have in the United Kingdom. And what is here now, Madam Speaker, falls way below what they have currently in the UK. The authorizing authority under their act, which is RIPA, Madam Speaker, the authorizing authority is the Home Secretary, not the Police Commissioner, not the Deputy Commissioner. The Home Secretary is the authorizing authority. But it doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there. The Home Secretary is the authorizing authority, as I said. But, Madam Speaker, there's an investigatory powers commission. There's an investigatory powers commission that before the Home Secretary authorizes the level of surveillance that we are talking about here, he or she must first get the approval of the investigatory powers commission. And it is only in cases of emergency that the Home Secretary can then do something but get it ratified later on by the Investigatory Powers Commission. And to show you how serious they are with human rights, this commission is, anybody who go on the commission is made up of past judges of the UK. This is how serious they take the incursion on the rights of their people. There's also, Madam Speaker, an investigatory powers tribunal. No such provisions here. So that if somebody goes into your house and do what it's supposed to do, there's a tribunal that has a responsibility who could quash whatever has been done. No such level of protection in our bill here, Madam Speaker, for all people. Are all people any less than anybody? We bite Christ? Are we any less? And Madam Speaker, I want to ask your indulgence to read something. Because the Premier should have done this. He should have done, why are you doing here? He should have done, so he could have not bring this bill here. So I went and I looked at the Home Office and I read the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act 2000. And there's a forward, Madam Speaker, a ministerial forward from the Right Honorable Ben Wallace MP, who was the Minister of State for Security at the time. And he says, the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act 2000 introduced a regulatory framework to govern the use of a number of investigatory covert techniques to ensure that the techniques are used by the public authorities in a way that is compliant with the right to privacy under Article 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights. This involves ensuring that the use of the powers is always closely supervised and constantly reassessed to ensure that what is being done is justified. The Act incorporated a number of important safeguards against the arbitrary or excessive use of the powers, including a strict authorization framework and provision for independent oversight. Independent oversight, the operative word. The Commissioner of Police cannot be deemed as independent because he is the boss of those people. Independent oversight and review of the use of those powers. It goes on, I'll skip a paragraph. But no, I shouldn't skip it, it's important. The powers themselves remain as important today as they were when RIPA was introduced, in that they are a vital tool to investigators seeking to prevent and detect crimes and to protect national security, public safety, and public health. Most recently, the Investigatory Powers Act 2016, which received the royal assent on the 29th of November 2016, will replace the powers in RIPA concerned with obtaining communications and data about communications with a new unified and coherent framework building on the structure already set out. The 2016 Act will radically overhaul the way these powers are authorized and overseen. It will introduce a double lock for the most intrusive powers, including interception and all of the bulk capabilities, so that warrants cannot be issued. Warrants cannot be issued until the decision to do so has been approved by a judicial commissioner. And it creates a powerful new investigatory powers commissioner to oversee how these powers are used. His final words, we are now taking this opportunity to update the codes that deal with the powers remaining under RIPA which relate to covert surveillance, property interference, the use of covert human intelligence sources, and the investigation of electronic information. The updates are needed to reflect the changes in the 2016 Act, as well as to make a number of minor updates and clarifications intended to ensure that public authorities apply best practice in the use of their powers. This is what the Minister of State for Security, Madam Speaker, had to say. Now, when you look, for instance, now at 38J, that's page 10. A police officer authorized under Section 38I may apply to a magistrate or judge of the High Court to issue a warrant authorizing the use of electronic surveillance equipment in relation to a particular item or person. It says the magistrate or judge may issue a warrant if satisfied by information on oath, that A, there are reasonable grounds for suspecting that the item or person has been or is likely to be used in connection with the commission of a serious offense. B, the use by the police officer of an electronic surveillance equipment to listen to or record words spoken by or two persons in the vicinity of the item or person will or is likely to assist the police in or in connection with investigation that are being made in relation to the use or likely use of the item or person in connection with the commission of a serious offense. And C, obtaining some or all of the information by other means is not practicable or would be less effective. This is the basis, Madam Speaker, under which the magistrate can issue a warrant under the legislation that we have. Or we have before us, I should say. Just suppose that now, Madam Speaker, with RIPA, Section 2. It provides for specific things that must be considered in relation to issue or modification of a warrant. Namely, 1, whether what is sought to be achieved by the warrant, authorization, or notice could reasonably be achieved by other less intrusive means. So if you don't have to go through the things that you're going through, that has to be part of the test. If you can get the information you want without having to be as intrusive on the human rights of persons, then you shouldn't get the warrant. Whether the level of protection to be applied in relation to any obtaining of information by virtue of the warrant, authorization, or notice is higher because of the particular sensitivity of that information. Example, legal privilege or journalistic material. Because we have to also bear in mind that too. When you're getting permission to bug people's phone and so on, what about legal professional privilege? They might be getting advice from their lawyer. Where in this act there is protection for that? And then, of course, Madam Speaker, the public interest in the integrity and the security of telecommunication systems and postal services, and other aspects of public interest in the protection of privacy. So look at the four-pronged test that they use. Because you just can't give these warrants and these authorizations out, Madam Speaker, without making sure that they pass a particular test. And there's no such test, Madam Speaker, in the provisions of this bill. I mentioned a few things and I'll finish off, Madam Speaker, but I talked about, for instance, the judicial commissioners. And Premier, you should be of interest, this should be of interest to you. Their law provides for oversight by judicial commissioners appointed by the Prime Minister on the recommendation of the Chief Justice. So you're the Premier, you're even cutting your own self out of the equation. And the judicial commissioners, their job is to review, audit, and investigate the exercise of a statutory function by the police. The Investigatory Powers Commissioner sends an annual report to the Prime Minister. You ain't got a clue what's going on in this bill as the leader of the political leader of the country. And then you have an investigatory powers tribunal, and any and anybody on that tribunal. It is made up of former judges and senior lawyers. And their job is to consider and determine complaints and to quash or cancel any warrants. Now you go to 38M in our legislation. Go to 38M. At the end, the authorizing authority shall submit a report annually to the governor in such manner as the governor may determine. That's the extent of any protection we have. That is the extent. Compare this to that. The act is woefully inadequate in terms of its balance of protection of human rights in the country. And there's one last thing I want to put to you. One last thing. That's why it's important to read the thing then. There's something called the Wilson Doctrine. You ever heard about that? The Wilson Doctrine is incorporated in their law as well. And the Wilson Doctrine is a convention that restricts the tapping of the phones and so forth of members of parliament in the UK. You can't tap their phones. Even the House of Lords, you can't tap their phones. That's the Wilson Doctrine. And portions of the Wilson Doctrine has been incorporated in their law in the UK. And in certain instances, if a member of the House of Lords or Commons has done something and the Home Secretary wants to authorize search, she advises the Prime Minister that this is being done. So there's protection in there for the highest lawmaking body. Think how you want about it. But that protection is there. Where is it inside here? I want to make sure that people who are committing criminal offenses in this country are caught and brought to justice, because we want a peaceful society. Their criminal activity threatens our very livelihood as we know it. But I also want to make sure that, one, they also have a fair trial because they have that right. And I also want to make sure that the fundamental rights and freedoms of the ordinary citizens are also protected. This bill here, this is nothing. It's a one-sided, lap-sided bill. And we have to, Madam Speaker, we have to in this House put the same level of protection for our people that exists in the Investigatory Powers Act in the UK. Our people deserve no less. And the provisions of the Human Rights Act, what is replicated in our Constitution, are exactly the same provisions. We shouldn't do any less for our people. Madam Speaker, as I said, I can't support the bill in its current form, but if the changes that I've recommended are accepted, I'll be in full support of it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the Territorial at-Large Member, Honorable Lana Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, even though I don't have to, I do find it necessary to explain why I abstained when the division of the House was called. I did not abstain because I didn't know whether I supported or did not support this bill. I abstained because in its current form, as has been said by both the for the 6th district and the deputy premier, in its current form, I cannot support it. Madam Speaker, I am fully committed to the passage of this act in a form that this House can live with and that will be in the interest of the people of this country. My problem, Madam Speaker, with the bill is that I question whether we as a people have the capacity to, as a country, people in this country, and as the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force, which has a significant role in this bill, whether we can carry out this bill. I agree with those who have said before that we must make sure that there is balance. We also, Madam Speaker, must make sure that we have the capability and the capacity to carry out this bill or this act in whatever the final form is. Madam Speaker, I too questioned the Premier's, I don't want to say motives, but when he strayed from the objects and reasons of this bill to go much wider, I too questioned what the reasons were. But, Madam Speaker, I am staying with the objects and reasons of this bill, which state that they are to rectify, the bill seeks to amend the Police Act to rectify certain deficiencies identified in the 4th round mutual evaluation report, and so on. Madam Speaker, the particular criterion is 31 of the mutual evaluation report, and it is called the powers of law enforcement and investigative authorities. The powers of law enforcement and investigative authorities, which incidentally, Madam Speaker, were mostly met. They were mostly met except for these 3 areas, and the 3 areas are witness statements, covert operations, and controlled deliveries. In terms of the witness statements, these could only be taken through international cooperation cases. And so, Madam Speaker, the need, according to the mutual evaluation report, is for us to have proper case law and the implementing capabilities in order for us to comply with the requirements of the mutual evaluation of our national action plan, I should say. Madam Speaker, I cannot state enough the importance of us having balance in terms of our law enforcement, that we pay special attention to individual rights, oversight, and accountability. I believe it was the Premier who mentioned that in the last sitting, this police act or some version of it, the bill, I should say, was brought before the House and it was not passed. But Madam Speaker, we in this House must find a way to balance the human rights that have been so aptly spoken about by my colleague from the 6th District with what needs to be done in terms of complying with international standards. And Madam Speaker, I believe we will accomplish that. I think that we will spend some time getting there, but I am convinced that we will get there. Madam Speaker, I want to speak to 2 areas. Those areas are controlled deliveries and covert operations. If you go to page 5 of the bill, it defines controlled delivery, and it says it means the technique of allowing illicit or suspect consignments to pass out of, through, or into the territory of one or more states with the knowledge and under the supervision of their competent authorities, with a view to the investigation of an offense and the identification of persons involved in the commission of the offense. Madam Speaker, with all those complexities in controlled deliveries, that's involved in controlled deliveries, I have to question, what is the purpose of this bill? Are we simply fulfilling the requirements of the mutual evaluation report? Are we seeking to get ourselves, make sure we keep off the gray list? Or worse, Madam Speaker, we will only know sometime later this year. I believe it will be in June. But, Madam Speaker, we see ourselves as a big player in the big leagues, and we must do what we need to do. Madam Speaker, I have to say that at times this House sounds as though it errs more on the side of human rights than what is right. We tend to err, we are not finding the balance that is needed, and we have to find that balance. Madam Speaker, I have to say in addition that there is a problem with this bill if we intend to not just pass it, but to enforce it. Madam Speaker, I say that because last year, I believe it was in May or June, this report called a review of law enforcement and criminal justice bodies in the British Virgin Islands by His Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire Rescue Services was laid on the table of this House. And Madam Speaker, this report identifies several shortcomings of the police force. Madam Speaker, if I read from page 37 of the report, just a sentence, if you permit me to, it says, the detective chief inspectors and detective inspectors aren't trained as senior investigating officers in either reactive or covert investigations. The force provides limited continuing professional development opportunities. The recommendation, Madam Speaker, is that the police commissioner should make sure there is an appropriate training plan to professionalize the investigation process for personnel in the serious investigation and major incident teams. Madam Speaker, the report also, the legislation, if we look at page 7 of the legislation and we look at covert operations. Covert operations are defined as the authorizing authority. In fact, it's not just defined, it's telling you what the authorizing authority may authorize. He or she may authorize covert operations for the purpose of gathering evidence of criminal behavior, of serious criminal behavior, or B, the prevention, detection, or investigation of an offense related to money laundering, terrorist financing, or other financial crimes. Madam Speaker, it gives me no pleasure to again refer to the report, the same report by the Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services of the United Kingdom that was tabled last year, which, Madam Speaker, points to on page 39. During our review, it says, we found evidence of serious corruption among a small number of police officers. And they do say, Madam Speaker, they do say that some of this has been caught. But it does say in the end that the range of examples that other police officers that they interviewed showed that there continued to be corruption of a serious nature. So, Madam Speaker, there has been discussion or mention of possible rogue officers, and we hope that they are very much in the minority, or if they do exist. But, Madam Speaker, it makes us wonder whether we are ready or whether we are in a position to really implement this act, as I said, in whatever form we end up with. At 38L of the Act, Madam Speaker, 38L2, you bear with me. Sorry, it's 38I2. It says that 38I2, subject to section 38J, the electronic surveillance of persons may be authorized by the commissioner or deputy commissioner, in this section referred to as the authorizing authority, on application by a police officer or of the rank of inspector or above. Then at 38J, it says that a police officer authorized under 38I may apply to a magistrate or a judge of the High Court to issue a warrant authorizing the use of electronic surveillance equipment, and so on. Madam Speaker, I would strongly recommend that at all times that this authorization should come from a magistrate or a judge rather than from the Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner of Police for obvious reasons, including who watches the watchers, who, as has been said before. So, Madam Speaker, with all these difficulties with this bill, we have our work cut out for us. And the question for you, Mr. Speaker, is how do we fix all this? It is a lot of work. Are we fixing it to implement it? Or are we fixing it to satisfy the requirements of the mutual evaluation report? And I should say, Mr. Speaker, that I did ask whether, because I was referring to a report for which a volume 2 should have been received, and I understand that that volume 2 has not yet been received. And so the concerns are valid in terms of whether we have the capacity and or the capability to really follow through on this bill, which we hope will become an act to satisfy the requirements of the mutual evaluation report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Territorial Representative. The floor is open. Any other member would like to debate? I recognize Honorable Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to make my contribution to the Police Amendment Bill 2024, which will subsequently be changed, I'm sure, to 2025, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of the sentiments that were raised earlier by other members are sentiments that I share, and I think it's important for us to reinforce some of those areas, Mr. Speaker. So I wouldn't go into all those areas, but some of those areas in particular, Mr. Speaker, will be raised because I believe it's important for us to reemphasize and reinforce some of the very specific concerns that we see in this bill that we've expressed to the Premier when it was first brought to the House in December. And some of those same concerns still exist. Yes, we will sit here, Mr. Speaker, we will do the work to fix this bill, as we've done in the previous session of the House Assembly, where we had a series of bills for the Commission Inquiry implementation and the mutual evaluation work that we did, and we were very diligent to do that work, Mr. Speaker. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, the debate is important. The bill before us does not represent a bill, as was mentioned by members and other members, and I share that sentiment, that I could support in its current form. We need to ensure, well, I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. I want to make sure I call you Mr. Speaker, not say Madam Speaker. I have to say this, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the support for the police force and law enforcement in this country. And the suggestion and the assertion made earlier is very unfortunate, and it created an emotional sense of the fact that somehow the members on this side, because of the fact that we wanted to ensure that the public had more time to understand and read and understand the implications of this bill on them personally, to ensure that I myself, Mr. Speaker, asked for more in-depth conversation before we actually got into the debate, to really understand for ourselves some of these implications and what it would mean for our people so that we could properly and adequately communicate these implications on our people. And that was the reason why I supported us to wait on the second and third reading to ensure that the people had that opportunity to understand those concerns before we go into the committee stage. Mr. Speaker, committee stages are private, so the conversation, discussion that happened in the committee stage
will not be aired publicly, and the public won't have the benefit of those conversations, those changes, until the bill is assented to and gazetted, which sometimes could be months afterwards, Mr. Speaker. So I want to put on the record my position, why I felt it was important for us to have some time and give the people some time to understand the implications of this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, Premier talked about, and he sort of tugged the emotional heartstrings, specifically to the crimes that have been committed in this territory over the years. None of us, not to a man, none of us in this honorable house supports criminality. None of us are happy with the level of criminality that we're seeing in the territory. We would all seek to ensure that the police force has the necessary tools to do their job. But as was said by other members in this house, there needs to be the necessary checks and balances to ensure there's not abuse of that authority, and ensure that the public and the citizenry is able to have the level of comfort knowing that the tools are there to keep them safe, but they also have the necessary checks and balance to ensure that they themselves are not victim of undue surveillance and other elements that's listed within this particular legislation that is before us. There was issue, the emotional aspect of it, and I recall when I was in university and we had 9/11. It happened around September 11, 2011, Mr. Speaker. And the horrifying images that we all saw and what that brought, the kind of tears and emotion that brought to many persons. And we saw what subsequently happened after that, when the enactment of the Patriot Act in the United States. And to this day, well, the surveillance tools that are being used have protected and saved lives. You see on a regular basis sometimes how overreaching could sort of undermine the civil liberties of individuals and the human rights of individuals if you don't have the correct checks and balances, particularly in those pieces of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I think we're heading down the same road with this piece of legislation if we don't ensure. Yes, we want to protect our citizenry. We want to ensure that we have the crime-fighting tools in place for the police force. But we also have to ensure that the necessary checks and balances, as everyone has been saying tonight, are in place to do so. And the elements of this which I'll bring out in my contribution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Section 35B and C, Section 5, where it speaks to the governor has the right to make, it reads, and if I may, Mr. Speaker, read from the bill. Section 5 says, 35.5 says, the governor may make regulations prescribing the procedures for, and it lists A, the taking and handling of storage of witness statements, the training of police officers in the procedures under paragraph A, and C, such other matters as are necessary or expedient to give effect to this section, Mr. Speaker. See, again, nothing is wrong with the regulation section of this, Mr. Speaker, but it has to come to the House for affirmative resolution, as was mentioned earlier by the Deputy Premier. Mr. Speaker, I think that's a necessary checks and balance to ensure that once the regulations are made, the House has an opportunity to debate, the public has an opportunity to know what is in these regulations that will impact themselves and the citizenry before they're actually brought into force, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another section of concern, Mr. Speaker, is Section 12, 35C 12, where it says a person who commits an offense under subsection 11 is liable, A, on summary conviction to a fine, and they list out the fines of over $100,000 or 5 years imprisonment. B, on conviction of indictment or a fine of $500,000 and or imprisonment of up to 10 years, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, again, we have to ensure that the crime and the penalty match up, Mr. Speaker. We heard members speak specifically about the threshold, which is a year in prison, which a summary offense could be up to a year in prison. We have to ensure that the penalties that are being meted out are matched up as relates to this particular penalty regime, Mr. Speaker. Again, Section 13, again, with the Governor, Commissioner, the DPP may make regulations respecting and it lists the sections, Mr. Speaker. Again, I believe that section needs to be brought to the House of Assembly for affirmative resolution for the House to make the. Mr. Speaker, Section 38 that speaks to special investigative techniques. And this is where we speak specifically to the control delivery, electronic surveillance, investigative authority, law enforcement officer, and what that means, and those persons who are the ones who will be authorized to carry out these covert or otherwise these other investigative techniques, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, we have to ensure, and I want to make something clear, Mr. Speaker, these are all tools that are being used not just in the region, internationally as well. These are tools that law enforcement agencies are being used. But again, we have to ensure, and we have the Data Protection Act of 2021, which was passed in this House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker. And we have to ensure that the protections that were derived within that particular act are preserved, and that person's data and private information is not captured in a way that infringes on their human rights, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so this section, again, we have to ensure that the regime has the necessary safeguards to protect the citizens of this country, but also to ensure that the police and the police force has the necessary tools to perform their duties as law enforcement agencies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are two areas that I'm going to touch on before I wrap up, Mr. Speaker, and I also share this concern concerning the indemnification of persons for committing, persons who are conducting this 38L, protection from liability, Mr. Speaker. 38L speaks to 38LI1 says, notwithstanding any other law, an authorized person who engages in conduct authorized under this part shall not be subject to criminal or civil liability for that conduct, even if such participation would, but for this part, constitute an offense. And B goes on to speak to subsection 1 shall apply retrospectively to any participant in a covert operation or controlled delivery conducted prior to the commencement of this part, provided that a requirement of, and it has a list of 38C, 38H, and 38I, which is the ones that are going to be indemnified, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, you're back. So, Madam Speaker, 38M also goes on to further indemnify persons for acts that occur prior or before the commencement of this act. Madam Speaker, I agree with the members that spoke before on this particular section that we cannot indemnify actions that occur prior to the commencement of the act And the House cannot be seen to be supporting and identifying that type of behavior, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's some other sections that are of concern that were raised already by members, but I won't go into those details. Madam Speaker, while I have a specific concern about this bill, I support in principle what we are intended to do. The bill requires some significant work by members to ensure that the necessary checks and balances are in place, to also protect the citizenry, to ensure that there's no abuse of powers in terms of executing the powers that we've seen with similar legislation vis-a-vis the Patriot Act in the United States, where you've seen civil liberties of individuals that have been eroded, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to the discussion in the committee stage to ensure that we go through clause by clause, those specific clauses, to ensure that we have a bill that is fit for purpose to address the issue as it relates to crime in this territory. I hear the Premier, and I wanted to make it clear that I don't support criminality in this country. I think none of us in this House supports the issue of criminality in this country. Everyone in this House is concerned about what is happening in this territory as it relates to criminality. And it's not an issue of politicizing criminality in this House, Madam Speaker. But I think it's important for us, while we're trying to protect one thing, we don't use the law, weaponize the law in a way that we create a police state in a territory where persons feel that every step they go, that their privacy is being invaded or invaded by surveillance tools, surveillance mechanisms, and the likes, and we ignore the very laws that we have on the books that relates to our data protection legislation that has been put in place to protect the data and the integrity of the data for persons in this territory, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, again, I look forward to the discussion in committee as we go through the bill clause by clause and get a bill that is fit for purpose for this territory and the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Stacey Mehta.
Madam Speaker, because I have manners, Happy New Year to those who are listening and to the members and everyone in the House of Assembly this evening or this afternoon. I say that I have manners. I'm glad that everyone is awake again. Madam Speaker, I would like to clarify why earlier I voted no to debating or having the first, second, and third reading. Madam Speaker, growing up in the territory, one would sometimes say don't rush the brush. Or you might find yourself caught between a rock and a hard place. Madam Speaker, I voted no because despite the Premier saying that we had several working days, if you check the calendar, it's about 7 as of yesterday. I like clarity. Count the days. December the 19th, today is January the 7th. Holidays, holidays, holidays. Yeah, there's certain things you don't bring during Christmas. Madam Speaker, the territory that I grew up in is not the territory I walk around in. A lot has been said about human rights, corruption, public trust, abuse of power. Madam Speaker, when we as legislators are apprehensive to talk about criminal elements in our country, we have hit a wall. When we see the DDP coming in here in standing finance, and the AG's chambers, police, customs, immigration, all the law enforcement bodies who had 138 recommendations, many of which needed to be finished by the end of 2024. I don't recall getting an update on what has been done and where we stand. And now volume 2 is coming out, and within the document that the Honorable Territorial Representative spoke about, Lana Smith, it states that Volume 2 will address the National Security Council, which the Premier did allude to him sitting on the council and his concerns as a member of the council, having privileged information that the rest of the House doesn't have. But as we sit and look at this document, Madam Speaker, I want to be very clear. This document was brought to us about mutual evaluations, but in the private conversations we had, it was also identified to us that these are things that we need to do for law, for order, for trust. And trust is important, Madam Speaker, because as a member of the House of Assembly, I've said this before, it was only until I got elected that my integrity started to get questioned. I have been in the Virgin Islands driving around in my vehicle and stopped by police officers and searched. I don't know what I did wrong. No, Madam Speaker, those officers that I dealt with are probably not the same officers that are on the force now. And we have officers that have been interdicted, and we haven't figured out what's going on with that yet. So, Madam Speaker, when I look at this, I understand human rights, but we also have to balance the real reality that we don't trust our police officers. Madam Speaker, that's it. So we can talk about the governor's office, we can talk about the white, we can talk about the black, but we got to talk about our own too. We don't trust our own to take care and do what we think should be done. But we are in here looking at a law which we will fix, Madam Speaker, and it's disappointing that a lot of the recommendations that were made by the 13 members in this House when it first came to us informally, we coming back inside here, Madam Speaker, it's like doing your homework. Them tell you yes, them understand, but then they give back the same paper again and they didn't make the corrections. As an educator, it's frustrating. Madam Speaker, in order to put public trust back into what we are doing, and all the members in the House that have spoken before have been very eloquent. Madam Speaker, the Premier, we were all in here, the Governor came in, did a speech, he mentioned the Human Rights Commission. I've asked in this House, and I signed the budget, we have another $200,000 for them. Why can't we, or why are we not at the point, and I'm not beating the horse, Madam Speaker, well, it's done. I'm saying that sometimes we have to look at the bigger picture. Could we not have handed this document to the Human Rights Commission and say, what are we violated? But we don't have one. So we can't hand it to them. When we look at crime in our country, this is part of the problem. Giving law enforcement what they need, but also respecting the rights of the citizens to know that if someone comes into your home, they're not going to do more than what they're supposed to do. The safeguarding within it. And it has been discussed, it has been spoken about, and I'm not going to bring up all the elements in the document that says that. But Madam Speaker, this has to go, but it cannot go the way it is. And that's why we have the committee stage in the House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, now, abuse of power is a funny thing, and it has come up in here. I remember being in here when we talked about ministerial powers, discretion, extraordinary circumstances. Those things seem to be high up for us, and there's penalties for us. Madam Speaker, I am concerned, and I want to go on record, that when this is done, the regulations that were spoken about by the Deputy Premier, the member for the 8th, they have to come back into this House for us to see before they fly out. I'm concerned that within this, the governor has the authority, and it's not him being one person or who he is, it is the fact that I have said the Commission of Inquiry was a one-man show, and I will always be against legislation that is a one-man show. We have the National Security Council, where they're not mentioned in this document whatsoever, Madam Speaker. Nowhere. Where are people not given the authority to get into things? Then we talk about warrants, whether it's the governor, whether it's a high court judge, whether it's a magistrate, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, how can we expect someone to do their job when they don't have the tools or the protection to do their job, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, how? Madam Speaker, there was a discussion about what is happening in Trinidad, and I'll be very brief about it. I listened to it. a prosecutor in Trinidad. Well, Madam Speaker, in 2005, there's a bench outside there for a local man at the age of 30 who was a prosecutor, and he was gunned down. So we're going to talk about Trinidad today, but we can't talk about the BVI nearly 20 years ago. The reality has been here. It is here. Madam Speaker, we have young people in the street. I said in this house, we need more programs for all young people because there is dealing with the no, but there's also dealing with the cause. So this evening, tomorrow, we'll deal with the no. But Madam Speaker, you can't do a piece of a puzzle and then get up and expect the puzzle to be complete when you haven't put all the pieces in place. Madam Speaker, I want to be clear. In order for the BVI to continue to do what it needs to do, and for our reputation, which is still rebuilding itself, we have to do what's right. But this piece of legislation, this is the mutual evaluation bundled with everything else that we had before. Everything that's going on in our society. And to give the authority to an entity that we do not 100% trust, we have to put safeguarding in place for it. For all people. And that's why, Madam Speaker, I voted no, because I know, and I've said it in this house, I have a big head, Madam Speaker. The head big. But I do not have all the answers. And I again say that even though this was drafted, this was consulted on by legal minds and not by political minds, Madam Speaker, I still have other people out there who might say to us, maybe this can work or that can't work. And the member for the 6th did a wonderful presentation about other jurisdictions, including the UK, what they do. So now we're going to have to come in here during committee, lean on our own research and get it done. Madam Speaker, the BVI, all of us know what happens in our community. We know, we see it, we experience it. And some people are afraid sometimes to address it. And I pray that today, and when we go forward and we finish this bill, that the police have what they need to do what they say they need to do. Because I've heard before that things have been done and nothing has come. I'm not blaming anyone. Madam Speaker, the most interesting thing for me now, looking at these amendments. Now, I watch a lot of Law and Order and CSI. Madam Speaker, I thought we had these things. Because, Madam Speaker, we don't have that many not smart criminals in the territory anymore. They're bright. And if we don't become bright with the way we deal with them, all the things we say about other Caribbean countries who have murder rates of 650 something for 2024, those 20 or more unsolved murders that we have in this territory, Madam Speaker, they're going to continue to grow. And for a small territory, when people get up internationally and talk about us, what are we going to do? We're going to say we're working on it? Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak in here. And all I want to say again is, I'm in support of putting things in place to have a safer community. But I'm also in favor of putting things in place so that we take care of the elements within our society that are causing these things to happen to our people. Because crime is tied to poverty, to opportunity, to hardship. It's tied to a lot of things, Madam Speaker. But we have to make sure for those of us in this country who are not doing wrong, our civil liberties, our privacy is maintained. So when we go into committee, Madam Speaker, I'm going to be asking the question, how do we make sure someone doesn't abuse this? And how do we make sure that when they do wrong, they get treated like a criminal and not be given a pass? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the member for the second district, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my contribution to the Virgin Islands Police Amendment Act 2024. And Madam Speaker, I must first state that I stand against and not in support of the enforcement of this act in its current form, Madam Speaker, because when we had the vote, my position was and still is that as representatives of the people, as legislators, Madam Speaker, we did not have the time and the proper opportunity to do the job for which we are elected, which is to educate the public and to make them aware of the implications of this bill in its current form. Madam Speaker, the Honorable member on my right, at-large territorial member, Deputy Speaker, spoke about the time, because I understand the Premier usually says, Madam Speaker, when he gets up to speak, when the cameras are on, the opposition put on a show. Well, Madam Speaker, that's what the Premier says, but he doesn't look at himself. So I want to let him know what I see and what I saw earlier today. You put on a show, sir. Quite a show indeed. You touched the hearts, you pulled on the emotions, and you had a lot of misinformation mixed up in between, Madam Speaker, because if you will listen to him and you just took it every word and you just swallow it, Madam Speaker, man, you mash up. But Madam Speaker, this Premier said, and I understand he has a job to do, to try to move his business along. So he said we had enough time, and he looked at me when he said, because he know I like the carol, he know I like the Christmas. I like the Christmas like he like the party them, but it's, you know, we like what we like. Can't blame a man for liking what he liked. And Madam Speaker, he said I could have cut out some of the caroling and go down to talk to the people in George Van Dyke and King Gad and Bruce Bay about this bill. But Madam Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, who is my representative, pointed out that we only had 7 days. And if I count those 7 days, Madam Speaker, I too would have seen the Premier at least 4 out of them 7 days. I don't know in 3 days if he get to people in 7th district, but you'll talk to them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill, in all seriousness, I understand the importance of what is what we're trying to do. But I also must, Madam Speaker, acknowledge the wisdom of those men on the wall, too specifically, that I was here for from 2015 until now, that would have allowed and ensured that the Police Acts and its amendments since 2013 that have been brought before the House of Assembly did not pass because they were not comfortable with it. And now there's a third member, which is now the Premier, who is forging ahead. Madam Speaker, Dr. D. Orlando Smith and Andrew A. Foy were the 2 men that I'm referring to who were former premiers of this territory. And I was here in 2015 to 2019. I was also here in 2019 to 2023. the same premier was the deputy premier at one time. This is the premier now. Just in case he forgot, because I know sometimes when you move on up, you forgot where you came from. And he was a part of the same cabinet that ensured that what was being proposed didn't make it any further. But now he's here saying we have to do it, and we have to do it now because of all the things that are affecting us. And Madam Speaker, I am grateful. Remember for the third, the Deputy Premier said he likes my tie. But let me tell you what I'm grateful for. Yeah, I heard you. It's orange and black. And I am grateful today, Madam Speaker, because the Premier, Dr. the Honorable Natalia Whitley, usually says about maturity. He talks about maturity, and when it's applicable to him, he highlights it and he tries to downplay us and highlights what I mean. But I understand again. But I am especially glad today, Madam Speaker, that the member for the third, Deputy Premier, is in green. For if one day, I'm glad he in green. Because my God, some wisdom was shared. Because, Madam Speaker, when the Premier introduced this bill, you thought we had not a choice. But to hear the wisdom from this man in green, 100, well, I don't know where PU gone today, but I know the man in the suit. Green suit, the only one over there in green. I ain't watching on that shot. I'm watching the green suit, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Premier did a stellar job. And I want to say so, all jokes aside, because it is not just to move the agenda along. But we must be mindful, Madam Speaker, of what is being proposed and what they are expecting us to do in this territory as legislators. This law in its current form, Madam Speaker, we are expected to criminalize the entire public of the Virgin Islands, including ourselves. That's what's here. And I am happy that the Deputy Premier took the time to go through each and every class, because I have them highlighted, just as you went through them. So I want to especially thank you, sir, for your wisdom. Well, you said you didn't read it. That was your words, Honorable Deputy Premier. You said it. Which further lets me to know that maybe the man before you didn't read it, but I don't know. You work it out over there. Okay. Madam Speaker, this bill is colorful. And let me say what I mean. The objects and reasons, Madam Speaker, when you read it, it's filled with high-tech attachments. So it makes you want to feel fearful that mutual evaluation, all the things that are necessary for us to continue in this territory and operate, the FATF reports, all the things that threatens any nation's security and its well-being. But Madam Speaker, the objects and reasons is crafted in a way that it's tied to this and it's tied to that, so you must do it. It's almost like a financial services bill. When you're not, it's a livelihood of your territory, so you must do it. But Madam Speaker, when you go through the objects and reasons and you go through the bill itself, you're wondering, if I didn't read this thing and I just read what they put in there for us, you go down the road and you hear, you could get a man, an officer, come into your house, plant, remember for the 6 pair, a bug, but they don't plant a bug, they can plant a bugs. A lot of cockroaches can be through the place. In your house, used against you unbeknownst to you. And then if for whatever reason, walking backwards in this bit 38L, it is found that you did not conduct yourself accordingly, you're free from being prosecuted. You turn God, so you could do the wrong thing and be right. And we must put this in the law. We who the people them elect. Madam Speaker, let me take time. Let us take time. Madam Speaker, let me start by highlighting what I believe are some of the pros, if I was to call it that, in what this piece of legislation or bill is trying to do. I appreciate, Madam Speaker, that we must continue to enhance the investigative powers. So, on one hand, Madam Speaker, it provides for giving the police more tools, more resources to do their job. And those tools are listed out, but when I go on the cons, you'll see them there. So if I list out under the pros, Madam Speaker, it talks about tools such as electronic surveillance, covert operations to effectively investigate and prosecute serious crimes. That sounds good, Madam Speaker, on the surface. Then the electronic surveillance, you look at the international cooperation, it allows for the better cooperation with foreign law enforcement agency, which is crucial, Madam Speaker, for tackling transnational crimes. Sounds good. Compliance with international standards, Madam Speaker, another pro, because you're dealing with deficiencies highlighted by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, aligning the Virgin Islands legal framework with international standards. Madam Speaker, sounds good. All sounds good. But Madam Speaker, if I flip the script, these same things that I have listed as pros, I have them listed again as cons in how they are stated in this piece of legislation. And Madam Speaker, I want to just go because sometimes people forget that the Premier, he went through his spiel there. It was in February 17th, 2021, that I got up in this honorable house and I read in the contributions for other business something that I am going to read now, so that persons in the territory understand, that the opposition members also understand, and I believe all of us should understand and appreciate the importance of tackling criminality and criminal activities in our territory. Madam Speaker, on February 17, 2021, I wrote and read, in response to the recent acts of violence, murder, hurt, and abuse in our territory, I want to let you know that I firmly stand opposed to every aspect of it. I begin by expressing my condolences for the families of the late Earl Bob Hodge, Rodney Millard Simmons, Andrew Skerritt, Everton E.T. McMaster, Matthew Shorty Daly, George Shawala Burrows, and other persons, Madam Speaker, and the other persons, if I put a ... from 2021 to now, look at how many persons that we have lost to violent crimes. So it is not lost on me or lost on anybody, Madam Speaker, and I didn't appreciate what was done by the Honorable Premier to try to make it look as if we had some opposition or some fear, Madam Speaker, to enforce the elements of powers to the members of the authorities from the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force to deal with criminal activity. But Madam Speaker, balance is important. So Madam Speaker, in this bill, it is crucial that the citizens of this territory, Madam Speaker, understand that there is a lack of transparency in this bill. Madam Speaker, without properly educating the public. And Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that the public, I've been in a few of my chats in my constituency since we had lost the vote to pursue this bill and go through the first, second, and third reading, so persons will be able to understand and pay attention to what is happening. But Madam Speaker, if we are not able to educate the public, Madam Speaker, it further erodes the trust between the law enforcement and the community. So in order to be transparent, Madam Speaker, it is essential that we maintain the public confidence. And if we are honest with ourselves, Madam Speaker, we know that that public confidence has been lost. It's lost, Madam Speaker, on our part as legislature, and it's lost even more on the parts of the persons who are responsible for enforcing the law in the sense of the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force and those authorities. Madam Speaker, there's also a loss of trust, because in certain parts of this bill, it talks about the Commissioner of Police having to give authority to the other enforcement agencies, Customs, Immigration, and FIA, when we know what pertains in this territory. We know what happened. There's a breakdown of trust, Madam Speaker. There's a breakdown of communication because we don't feel that our people are good enough. We have been labeled, Madam Speaker, as criminals. We have been labeled as corrupt. We have been labeled as a lot of things, and Madam Speaker, they're putting it in so many different ways and using so many different synonyms that we are starting to believe it. And our people are starting to believe it, Madam Speaker. So you tell me which commissioner, especially the one that just gone here, just leave there the other day. He was going to give which commissioner of customs or immigration or FIA authority to do their job when they don't feel like they're top notch. And even down to the deputy, them don't even trust. Because them look like we. But we can untalk the thing today. I have melanin. You have? Madam Speaker, every person in this territory is not a criminal. There are some persons in this territory that do and participate in criminal activities. They need to be rooted out. But to put, as the member for the third and deputy premier said, and the member for the sixth also said it, Madam Speaker, to put certain aspects and clauses in this bill for people who got sense, not just common sense, but educated sense, to go past, to go mash up our people, Madam Speaker. Who? Me? I quit a run King Army and tell her, not me. Madam Speaker, we can't do this. And then the potential for abuse. You have unchecked powers, Madam Speaker. This bill is giving significant powers to law enforcement. Same electronic surveillance, covert operations without public awareness. It gives a risk, Madam Speaker, that these powers can be abused. Madam Speaker, let's follow what has been happening. Let's follow the trends of what's been happening. You say, this is a problem. I don't sit in a National Security Council. But they come up with a strategy. I understand your strategy, but you need to put it in legislation. But then the legislation that you're proposing, Madam Speaker, violates the law of the land, the main law of the land, which is the Constitution. And you're hoping that we ain't reading enough or paying attention enough to see that, Madam Speaker, this legislation or bill in itself, Madam Speaker, from Section 9 of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, all the way to Section 34, Madam Speaker, from rights and freedoms right down to the Human Rights Commission that is supposed to be set up, Madam Speaker. This bill in its How much pages is that? Outside of the objects and reading, there's 13 pages of amendment. Violates from 9 to 34. Rights and freedoms. Rights to reserve liberties. Rights to prisoners, the human threat. Deprivation of property. Protection and discrimination, Madam Speaker, because this piece of legislation gives the members who are called authorities or approved authorities, Madam Speaker, the free will to go after who they want, how they want, when they want, without your say. So you're guilty, 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 guilty. And Madam Speaker, if it happens to be foul play, you know what I can say? I'm immune. Madam Speaker, this kind of thing, if we pass it here, a man say in a video I see, this is what you need to get your head boss for doing if we do this. Boss your head, Madam Speaker, if you do something like this in this form, Madam Speaker, because you are criminalizing all people. Madam Speaker, then you look at the impact, as I said, on civil liberties, Madam Speaker. Extensive surveillance. You mean to tell me that if we were to pass this law, the way it is, and the first man that scream out, this is what happened, and then you got to go back to them and say, yeah, we passed it in the House Assembly. And I put you there to represent me, and you ain't see this, and you ain't read this, and you ain't think this was a problem? Or until it get to one of our family members. Because remember, all of we accorded them corrupt. We ain't good enough, Madam Speaker, to have this BVI that our foreparents built. And they see us in a certain way, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the depth that the member for the 6 went through to cross-reference the different pieces of legislations that pertain in the United Kingdom. And the Deputy Premier, Madam Speaker, he in the cupboard, I was in the cupboard, me man, I know in the cupboard, you in the cabinet. 2 years now in this cabinet, we were in the cupboard, short time. Madam Speaker, the Deputy Premier said, when he was here on this side, he was looking at the government and telling them, I don't bring them things on here, I should read them. And now he's there, he says something changed. But then he says, Madam Speaker, we have to fix it because it can't go so. So the Premier saying let me go so, the Deputy Premier saying it can't go so. Where we going? I ain't going nowhere, Madam Speaker, until we do the work. Until we do the work, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the community of this territory, we continue to be on a rapid pace to try to keep up with the regulations of what is going on internationally. And we have to, Madam Speaker, because we are in an international business. But Madam Speaker, what I'm finding difficult, Madam Speaker, is that while we are on this rapid pace to keep up with these international standards and to maintain the revenues that we receive from financial services and maintain what is happening around the world with anti-money laundering and illicit activities, Madam Speaker, we can't forget how this BVI was built and who built it. And who built this BVI, Madam Speaker, ain't the people that understand nothing about the international standards if we don't teach them and tell them what we're doing. Take the time to educate our people, Madam Speaker. Take the time to explain to them, listen, this is where we are with financial services. This is your business here, but this is how I need to help you get there. Madam, I can keep looking at you. Mr. Speaker, I apologize. And I see you went up there doing Maybe I'll see properly. Mr. Speaker, we have to take the time to educate and bring our people along so they understand what is happening. Because if you're busy chasing this dollar, and you miss educating the people that keep your economy afloat, what are you going to have? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, without a vision, the people perish. Without the people, the vision perishes. We got to educate our people. Mr. Speaker, so if I go in the bill, and members would have highlighted it, but I read it and I prepared, so I'm going to go through it, Mr. Speaker. 35B, witness statements. That's on page 2. Mr. Speaker, it is allowing and giving the police the authority to take and store witness statements, including audio and video recordings, which, unchecked with the proper scrutiny and proper accountability, Madam Speaker, could impact persons' privacy rights. Madam Speaker, I applaud the members of the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force that are doing their job and wearing the crown on their shoulder with honor. But just like persons in this society, Madam Speaker, there are those who fall short. But Madam Speaker, if you just let it be that this information is stored without proper checks and balances and accountability factor, what is to stop somebody who have an issue in this close-knit society that we have here in the BVI? I might cut you off today and you decide again a little trouble there, you got my evidence, and then time come, my statement disappear. Because people said this doesn't appear. Madam Speaker, what happened to me? And where's the channels, Madam Speaker? It can't just be to the commissioner. Because the commissioner enforcing this. And Mr. Speaker, it leads me to, listen, everything I have here said, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it leads me to the point of what they had intended to do after the events of April 2022. They intended to have this singular rulership in this territory. Even though the 13 of us over here, even though the people elected 13 members in 2023, they're still on this agenda, Mr. Speaker, in this mindset that they want to have this ultimate control and we're not good enough. So we're going to put it in legislation and we're going to put it to you and you put it to the people and you pass it in the House Assembly because there's a deadline. I ain't going to be dead at the line. I'm going to fight. And Mr. Speaker, we must all fight. 35C, interviews and oral admissions. Without the proper training, without the proper balance, without the proper accountability, Mr. Speaker, if you have mandatory recordings of interviews and the presence of counsel, Mr. Speaker, if I am coerced to say certain things in an interview, that I wouldn't have said if I had an attorney present. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that could work against me. And it could cause me to fall victim to my own demand because I didn't know better. So I am being coerced to give information that will work against me. And this is what they want us to pass, Joseph? Unchecked, Mr. Speaker. Member 46 went through covert operation. Mr. Speaker, 38H. I understand they have a job to do. But if you're going to do your job, 38, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I skipped over. 38B. 38B. Authorization for control delivery. Further violation, as I said, Constitution. Because if you put this in place, it could lead to entrapment. And Mr. Speaker, how many of the people in our territory, matter of fact, how many of us in this honorable house as legislators understand and could appreciate all the laws that we have on the book? Not one, including the lawyer in the room. But then this applies to every single citizen in this territory, Mr. Speaker, educated or not, that could be compromised if this is executed in this form. So it's threatening matters, Mr. Speaker, this closing, quote unquote, of the reins, that if this piece of the items in this bill, the way they are, you're asking for a police state, and you're giving every intention. Mr. Speaker, you said that when you give a child a homework and you go through it, your teacher go through it, tell you correct it, you come back. You ain't do nothing, but you bring it back and you're expecting to get a pass. Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded of a message that this particular student decided that he was so educated, he didn't need to come to class because he learned differently, according to him. So he was told that we have an assignment to do X, Y, and Z. He asked for the details, he went off, and he did his assignment. When it come time for grading, Mr. Speaker, the teacher, professor then took his paper, checked off. Excellent research. Excellent use of the vocabulary. Excellent topic and theme and body. Excellent conclusion. But Mr. Speaker, on the top of the page, that student got an F with a circle around it. And the student is wondering, well, how I could get all these excellence and then an F with a circle around it? And a simple note said, this was not the assignment. You do good work, you know. Wrong assignment. Mr. Speaker, our assignment is to ensure that we are protecting, educating, informing the people of this territory. You can't say you're going to deal with criminals, highlight the various crimes that are happening in this territory, highlight how many cases and murder cases are unsolved, and then throw everybody in a basket to become a criminal. No, go after who you're going after. I for that. Because this society of the BVI continues to change. So I for not allowing our rights and freedoms to be destroyed because of criminal activity and illicit activity, Mr. Speaker. But I'm not for putting everybody in a basket and throwing them in jail and you got to fight your way out. Because which one of our people, Madam Speaker, is going to be able, if they are wrongfully jailed, which one of them will be able to have the resources to sue the government? Which one? How many of them, Mr. Speaker? And is that us doing our job to represent people? Mr. Speaker, I'm almost done. This electronic surveillance. Member for the 6th, again, he highlighted it. Member for the 3rd, Deputy Premier. Electronic surveillance. Violating your privacy rights again. I understand corporate operations and you're doing this thing, but how is it being done? I am making it legal for you to break into my house and tap my phone, tap my house, because you in your mind feel a certain way? Or in your mind you believe I am a criminal, so I shouldn't have what I have? I got a house, you have a flat. And it's okay. But then when the reference is made, again, the balance is made to what pertains, because it's good governance, it's transparency, it's accountability. But how come you give me this water down legislation and why apply in the UK in here? Man, stop telling me nonsense, please. I beg. Bring it up. Bring it up to standard, Mr. Speaker. Because our people deserve better. And Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that we are here to this point, that we are having this debate. I'm still sad, Mr. Speaker, that we didn't have the opportunity to do the proper public consultation and the education, Mr. Speaker, because our people deserve it. Once you pass 18, even in certain cases 16, you could be criminally charged. $5,000 fine, $100,000 fine, 5 years in jail, 1 year in jail, and then you're a criminal. So what's going to happen when all of we get locked up? Who the place for? Let that sink in. Who's going to run it? Let that sink in. The pictures up on the wall in black and white. We're going to take out the first part. Mr. Speaker, we are enough. And we got to do things right. And I believe why this piece of legislation and different forms of the bill coming in different ways, but with the same thing, with no amendments being made. And why it's been pushed, so to speak, back and back and back, and it coming back the same way. Because those before us understood. We can't sell out our people. We can't buy into this report after report from COI come, he come at him, and all he pan at them, his colleagues. Corrupt. Big report. There's corrupting even among the legislators in the BVI, the highest office of the land and this and that, and then go down the road. Come back up the road. Go down the road, come back up. And the same thing, Mr. Speaker, so you telling me this is how you feel. And I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, just like those leaders that stood before us, this is how we feel. We're not going to back down. We're not just going to let it happen. Because when we were left to nothing, we fought to make this place something. Deal with who need to be dealt with, Mr. Speaker. Address the activities that are happening. I'm all for it. But it must be done with balance. And Mr. Speaker, the last thing I would say, 39M, reporting obligations. Accountability, transparency, good governance. Annual reporting to the governor is all that is needed. Mr. Speaker, what is it? This you know, when Minister for Works, BVIEC, submit their annual report to you. You come, you late, you review it with your team, and you late in front of the House. Premier get his report, Minister of Health get his from HSA, Minister of Education get from, and you just late, you just get, and that's it. For people's life, and their freedom, and their rights, and it just going to the governor. Who elect you? I know he was appointed through a vigorous, what is it, a vigorous competition. Mr. Speaker, we are elected to serve the people of this territory. And I believe in serving the people of this territory. I am not, and I cannot and will not support this bill in the form that it's in, because it violates the very democracy for which our foreparents fought for. It violates and it casts aspersions on every member of this public towards criminality. Deal with who needs to be dealt with, train who needs to be trained, but put the proper measures in place that we have a fair and balanced process, because you're not guilty until you're proven innocent. You're innocent until you're proven guilty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, we will adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. This House stands adjourned. Sorry, recess.